She left her husband to live with a wealthy businessman, believing her life would be a fairy tale. But at the altar, something shocking happened that turned everything upside down. The blue light from her iPhone cast an eerie glow across Beverly Mitchell's face as she scrolled through Instagram for what must have been the third hour that evening. Outside her apartment window, the San Diego skyline twinkled against the darkening sky, but she barely noticed the once beloved view. Her thumb paused over a photo of Melissa Winters, a college acquaintance she hadn't spoken to in years, posing on the deck of a yacht in the Mediterranean, diamond bracelet catching the sunlight as she raised a champagne flute toward the camera. "Another day in paradise when blessed," read the caption. Beverly's jaw tightened as she tapped to see more photos from Melissa's European vacation. Each swipe revealed another perfect image. Melissa dining at a Michelin-starred restaurant in Monaco. Melissa and her investment banker husband Brad strolling hand in hand through lavender fields in Provence. Melissa's wrist displaying a new Cartier watch with the caption, "Just because he loves me." The sound of keys jingling in the lock barely registered. Beverly kept scrolling, her eyes narrowing at each new display of wealth. "Hey, I'm home," Jaden called out, the door of their modest two-bedroom apartment closing behind him with a soft click. "Sorry I'm late. The Richardson audit took forever." Beverly didn't look up. "There's leftover pasta in the fridge." Jaden dropped his leather messenger bag, the same one he'd had since college, onto the counter and loosened his tie. He crossed the small living room and peered over Beverly's shoulder. "What are you looking at?" he asked, resting his hands on the back of the sofa. Beverly quickly switched to another app. "Nothing, just checking social media." She locked her phone and set it face down on the coffee table. "How was work?" "Exhausting," Jaden sighed, collapsing onto the couch beside her. "But I think I impressed Mr. Donovan. He mentioned something about considering me for the senior accountant position when Thomas retires next year." "That's great," Beverly said, but her voice lacked enthusiasm. Another year of waiting for a promotion that might bring in what? An extra $15,000 a year. Meanwhile, Melissa Winters was probably spending that much on a single shopping trip in Paris. Jaden studied his wife's face. At 32, Beverly was still strikingly beautiful, golden brown hair falling in soft waves around her heart-shaped face, hazel eyes that changed color depending on what she wore. Tonight, though, those eyes seemed distant, unfocused. "You okay, Bev?" he asked, reaching for her hand. She forced a smile. "Just tired. Long day at the gallery. 7 years. They'd been married 7 years, together for 9. Sometimes in moments like these, Beverly found herself wondering where all that time had gone. It seemed like only yesterday they were students at San Diego State University, meeting at a mutual friend's party during their junior year. Fall 2013, San Diego State University. "Has anyone ever told you that you look like Kate Hudson?" The tall, dark-haired guy had to raise his voice over the pounding music. Beverly rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling. "That's the best you can do? A celebrity comparison?" He laughed, his warm brown eyes crinkling at the corners. "I'm Jaden Mitchell, accounting major, terrible at pickup lines, excellent at tax deductions. Beverly Collins, art history, immune to bad pickup lines, terrible at math." She took a sip of her drink, studying him over the rim of her cup. Unlike most guys at the party, he wasn't trying too hard. His jeans and button-down shirt were simple but well-fitted. He had an easy confidence about him that Beverly found refreshing. "So what does an art history major do after graduation?" Jaden asked, leaning against the wall beside her. "Curator at a major museum, or gallery director. Something surrounded by beautiful things." Beverly's eyes lit up as she spoke. "I want to live a life filled with beauty, you know? Travel to Paris, Rome, Tokyo, see everything, experience everything." Jaden smiled. "Sounds expensive." "That's what successful husbands are for," Beverly joked, then immediately regretted it when she saw his expression. "I'm kidding. I plan to be wildly successful all on my own." "I believe you," Jaden said, and somehow the way he looked at her, Beverly knew he meant it. They talked until the party died down, discovering they both loved obscure indie films and Thai food. When he walked her back to her dorm, he didn't try to kiss her, just asked for her number and promised to call the next day. True to his word, he did. Their first date was at a small art gallery in North Park, followed by dinner at a hole-in-the-wall Thai restaurant. By the end of the evening, Beverly found herself thinking that maybe, just maybe, this one was different. "Earth to Beverly." Jaden's voice pulled her back to the present. "Where do you go just now?" "Sorry," she murmured. Just thinking about school. Remember that first art gallery you took me to? A smile spread across Jaden's face. Of course. You spent 20 minutes analyzing that weird painting with the red squiggles. He chuckled. I had no idea what you were talking about, but I loved how passionate you were. Beverly felt a twinge of something. Nostalgia, maybe, or guilt. She'd been so full of dreams back then, so certain of the path ahead. She would work at galleries until she had enough experience to open her own. They would travel the world together, Jaden's accounting skills ensuring they were financially secure while she pursued her artistic passions. Reality had turned out differently. After graduation, Beverly had indeed landed a job at a small gallery in the Gaslamp Quarter, but the pay was abysmal. Jaden, meanwhile, secured an entry-level position at Munro & Associates, a mid-sized accounting firm downtown. They moved into a studio apartment in North Park, saving every penny for their wedding. The wedding itself was modest but lovely, a small ceremony at Sunset Cliffs with close friends and family, followed by a reception at a local restaurant. Beverly had worn a simple white dress purchased off the rack, carrying a bouquet of calla lilies. Jaden had looked handsome in his navy suit, his eyes never leaving her throughout the ceremony. They'd been happy then, genuinely happy. The small apartment, the budget constraints, the IKEA furniture, none of it had mattered because they were building something together. Their first 2 years of marriage were filled with weekend adventures exploring San Diego County, cooking elaborate meals in their tiny kitchen, making plans for the future. Then, slowly, things began to change. Beverly's college friends started getting married, not to fellow struggling graduates, but to established men with money. Lots of money. Her Instagram feed transformed from casual nights out and beach days to designer clothes, luxury vacations, and sprawling homes in Rancho Santa Fe and La Jolla. At first, Beverly had ignored it. She was happy with Jaden, happy with their life. But as the years passed and they remained in the same financial position, a slightly larger apartment now, but still renting, a few more dollars in their savings account, but nowhere near enough for a down payment in San Diego's astronomical housing market, the comparisons became impossible to ignore. I should heat up that pasta, Jaden said, pushing himself off the couch. Want some? I already ate, Beverly lied. The truth was she'd been too busy scrolling through social media to bother with dinner. Their apartment in Mission Valley was nice enough. 2 bedrooms, a small balcony overlooking the community pool, updated appliances. But it wasn't what Beverly had imagined for herself at 32. It wasn't a Spanish-style villa in La Jolla or a sleek downtown penthouse. It was just average. And Beverly was increasingly convinced she wasn't meant for average. Jaden returned with a plate of reheated pasta, settling back onto the couch. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV. New episode of Succession tonight, he said, navigating to HBO. It was one of the few splurges they allowed themselves, a premium cable subscription. Beverly nodded absently. Another night at home watching TV. Meanwhile, according to her Instagram feed, her former roommate Amanda was at some exclusive rooftop bar downtown, clinking glasses with San Diego's elite. I might grab a drink with Zoe tomorrow after work, Beverly said suddenly. Girls' night. Jaden looked surprised but pleased. That sounds fun. You haven't seen Zoe in a while. Zoe Taylor was one of Beverly's few remaining friends from her pre-marriage days who hadn't completely ascended to the upper echelons of San Diego society. A marketing executive at a local tech company, Zoe made good money but wasn't obscenely wealthy. More importantly, she still made time for Beverly despite their increasingly different lifestyles. Yeah, she's been busy with work. They just landed some big client. Beverly picked up her phone again, immediately opening Instagram. Another photo from Melissa, this time modeling a Hermes bag that probably cost more than Jaden's monthly salary. I was thinking, Jaden said between bites of pasta, maybe we could start looking at houses soon. Not to buy immediately, but just to get a sense of what's out there. Interest rates are down and I've been putting extra into our savings account. Beverly looked up. Houses? Here? Well, not in Mission Valley probably. Maybe Claremont or Mira Mesa. Somewhere we could afford a starter home. His eyes brightened with excitement. Think about it, Bev. A yard, maybe an extra bedroom for when we decide to start a family. No more sharing walls with neighbors. A family. The word hung in the air between them. They'd talked about children before, agreed they both wanted them eventually. But lately, eventually, felt increasingly abstract to Beverly. How could she think about children when she barely had the life she wanted for herself. "Jaden, we can't afford a house in San Diego," she said flatly. "Not unless we want to live an hour from the coast in some tract home development." His expression fell. "It wouldn't be our forever home. Just a start. We could build equity then." "Then what? Trade up to a slightly less mediocre house in a slightly better neighborhood." Beverly didn't mean to sound so harsh, but the frustration that had been building inside her for months, years, was finally spilling over. "Do you know what Amanda's house has? An infinity pool that looks out over the ocean, a wine cellar, a master bathroom bigger than our entire bedroom." Jaden set his plate down, his forehead creasing. "Amanda's husband comes from money, Bev, and he's what, 15 years older than her? That's not exactly a fair comparison." "Why not? She made a choice. She chose security and comfort." "She chose money," Jaden corrected quietly. "Is that what you wish you'd done? Married for money instead of love?" The question hung in the air, dangerous and electric. Beverly looked away. "Of course not," she said finally. I thought we'd be further along by now." Jaden's expression softened. He reached for her hand again, and this time she didn't pull away. "I know it's been slower than we hoped. My promotion hasn't come as quickly as I expected, but I'm working hard, Bev. I promise we'll get there." Beverly nodded, the fight draining out of her. This was how their arguments always ended, with Jaden's patient reassurance and Beverly's reluctant acceptance. But lately, a voice in her head had started to whisper, "What if we never get there? What if this is as good as it gets?" "I'm sorry," she said. "Long day. Let's just watch the show." Jaden kissed her forehead, and they settled in to watch Succession, ironically a show about the ultra-wealthy and their problems. Beverly tried to focus on the plot, but her mind kept drifting to the photos she'd seen earlier. The yacht, the jewelry, the carefree smiles of women who never had to check their bank accounts before making a purchase. The next evening, Beverly met Zoe at Altitude Sky Lounge, a rooftop bar downtown with panoramic views of the city. It was the kind of place Beverly rarely frequented, too expensive for her budget, but Zoe had insisted, saying she was celebrating a work victory. "God, I needed this," Zoe said, taking a sip of her $14 cocktail. At 33, Zoe was the picture of professional success. Designer clothes, albeit from the more affordable luxury brands, highlighted hair, manicured nails. "This client has been kicking my ass for weeks. Cheers to finally winning." Beverly clinked her glass against Zoe's. She'd chosen the cheapest cocktail on the menu and planned to nurse it all evening. "So, how's life? How's Jaden?" Zoe asked, settling back in her chair. The setting sun cast a golden glow across the San Diego skyline, the Coronado Bridge visible in the distance. "Fine. Same as always." Beverly couldn't keep the edge from her voice. "He's talking about buying a house in Mira Mesa." Zoe raised an eyebrow. "That's good, right? I mean, property ownership in this market is no small thing, I guess." Beverly stirred her drink absently. "It's just not what I pictured, you know. When I was in college, I thought by now I'd be running my own gallery, traveling to art shows in New York and Paris, living somewhere beautiful. And instead, you're working at someone else's gallery and living in Mission Valley," Zoe finished for her. She wasn't being unkind, just matter of fact. That was Zoe's way. "Exactly." Beverly took a larger sip of her drink than she'd intended. "Meanwhile, every time I open Instagram, I see another former friend living my dream life. Did you see Melissa Winters is in Europe again? 3rd vacation this year." Zoe rolled her eyes. "Melissa married a guy who manages hedge funds and probably works 100-hour weeks. For all you know, she's miserable. She doesn't look miserable posing on a yacht in Saint-Tropez. Social media isn't real life, Bev. You know that." Beverly sighed. "I know. But some parts are real. The travel is real. The beautiful homes are real. The security of never having to worry about money, that's very real." Zoe studied her friend's face. "Are you and Jaden having problems?" "No. Maybe. I don't know." Beverly looked out at the view, avoiding Zoe's gaze. "He's a good man, he works hard, he loves me. But sometimes I wonder if that's enough." "Careful," Zoe warned. "That's the kind of thinking that leads to bad decisions." Before Beverly could respond, a waiter approached their table. "Ladies, the gentleman at the bar would like to send over a bottle of champagne, if that's acceptable." Both women turned to look. At the bar stood a tall man in a perfectly tailored suit, raising his glass in their direction. He was strikingly handsome, salt and pepper hair despite appearing to be in his early 40s, strong jawline, confident posture. "Who is that?" Beverly whispered. Zoe's eyes widened in recognition. "That's Grayson Coleman. He owns Coleman Tech Ventures. They're one of our clients, actually. That's the account I've been working on." "What should we do?" Beverly asked, her heart suddenly racing. Zoe shrugged. "Free champagne from a multi-millionaire. I say we accept and say thank you." The waiter returned with a bottle of Dom Perignon and 3 glasses. Moments later, Grayson Coleman himself approached their table. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said, his voice deep and smooth. "Zoe Taylor, right? We met briefly at the presentation last week." Zoe nodded, professional despite her surprise. "Yes, of course. Mr. Coleman, this is my friend Beverly Mitchell. Please call me Grayson." His eyes met Beverly's, and something electric passed between them. "I rarely see familiar faces at altitude. May I join you ladies for a moment?" "Of course," Beverly said before Zoe could respond. Grayson took the empty seat, pouring champagne into each of their glasses with practiced ease. "To new friends," he said, raising his glass. Beverly took a sip, the finest champagne she'd ever tasted fizzing against her tongue. "This is delicious." "Life's too short for mediocre champagne," Grayson replied with a smile. "So, Beverly, what do you do?" "I'm the assistant director at Luminous Gallery in the Gaslamp Quarter," she said, suddenly wishing her job title sounded more impressive, but Grayson's eyes lit up with genuine interest. "I know Luminous. You had that exhibition of emerging Mexican artists last month, didn't you? Extraordinary work." Beverly couldn't hide her surprise. "You saw that show?" "I collect art," he explained. "Not as an investment, though it certainly can be, but because I believe in surrounding oneself with beauty." The way he looked at her as he said beauty made Beverly's cheeks flush. For the next hour, the 3 of them talked about art, about San Diego's business landscape, about travel. Grayson was just back from Tokyo, where he'd opened a new office for his company. Before that, it had been London and Singapore. "You must get jet-lagged," Zoe commented. Grayson shrugged, refilling their glasses. "You get used to it, and private flights help. You can actually sleep comfortably." Private flights. Beverly tried to imagine what that would be like. No cramped seats, no crying babies, just luxury and comfort at 35,000 feet. As the evening progressed, Zoe excused herself to make a phone call. The moment she stepped away, Grayson moved his chair slightly closer to Beverly's. "Tell me more about your work at the gallery," he said. "You have excellent taste, from what I saw at that exhibition." Beverly found herself opening up about her passion for art, her dream of someday running her own gallery, her frustration with the commercial aspects of the art world. Grayson listened intently, asking thoughtful questions, seeming genuinely interested in her opinions. "You know," he said after she'd finished a particularly impassioned description of an artist she'd recently discovered, "I'm hosting a charity auction next weekend at my home in La Jolla. Several prominent local artists are donating works. You should come as my guest. Your expertise would be valuable." Beverly hesitated. "I'm not sure my husband would bring him along," Grayson said smoothly, though something in his eyes suggested he hoped she wouldn't. "It's for a good cause. Arts education in underprivileged schools. Something tells me you'd support that." "I would," Beverly admitted, "but I'll have to check our schedule." "Of course." Grayson pulled out a sleek business card and a gold pen, writing something on the back before sliding it across the table. "My personal number. Let me know if you can make it." When Zoe returned, the conversation shifted back to more general topics, but Beverly was acutely aware of Grayson's gaze returning to her again and again. By the time he excused himself, "Early meeting tomorrow, unfortunately," Beverly felt as though she'd been swept into another world, one where champagne flowed freely and million-dollar deals were discussed casually over drinks. "Well, that was interesting," Zoe said after Grayson had left, leaving the remainder of the champagne for them to finish. "He seems nice," Beverly said carefully, tucking his business card into her purse. Zoe gave her a pointed look. "He's also married." Beverly's stomach dropped. "He is? Separated, apparently. It's the gossip around the office. His wife left him for her yoga instructor or something equally cliché." Zoe took another sip of champagne. "Just be careful, Bev. Men like that are used to getting what they want." "It's just a charity event," Beverly protested. "He's a potential connection for the gallery." Zoe didn't look convinced, but she didn't push further. They finished the champagne, split an overpriced appetizer, and said their goodbyes. By the time Beverly caught an Uber home, it was nearly 11. The apartment was dark when she entered, save for a small lamp Jayden had left on for her. She found him asleep in their bed, one arm flung across what should have been her side, a paperback book open on his chest. He must have tried to wait up for her. Beverly quietly changed into her pajamas and slipped into the bathroom to remove her makeup. As she wiped away her mascara, she studied her reflection in the mirror. Had Grayson Coleman really been flirting with her? The thought both thrilled and terrified her. Back in the bedroom, she gently removed the book from Jayden's chest, some thriller he'd been working his way through, and turned off his bedside lamp. He stirred slightly, but didn't wake. Beverly slid under the covers, careful not to disturb him. Jayden immediately shifted in his sleep, his arm wrapping around her waist, pulling her close. It was familiar, comfortable, the way he'd held her every night for years. Beverly closed her eyes, trying to settle into that comfort, but her mind kept returning to the rooftop bar, to Grayson's penetrating gaze, to the taste of expensive champagne. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. Careful not to wake Jayden, Beverly reached for it, expecting a text from Zoe, making sure she'd gotten home safely. Instead, an unknown number glowed on the screen. "It was a pleasure meeting you tonight, Beverly. I hope you'll consider my invitation. I have a feeling we could have a lot to offer each other." Beverly stared at the message, her heart pounding. How had he gotten her number? She hadn't given it to him. Then again, if he was Zoe's client, perhaps he'd had access to her contacts. Or maybe he was the type of man who simply had ways of getting what he wanted. She should delete it, block the number, tell Jayden everything. Instead, she found herself typing a response. "Thank you for the champagne. I'll think about the charity event." His reply came almost instantly. "I sincerely hope you do. Sweet dreams, Beverly." She put the phone face down on the nightstand, her pulse racing. Beside her, Jayden slept peacefully, unaware of the dangerous current now running through his wife's thoughts. Beverly stared up at the ceiling, Grayson Coleman's voice echoing in her mind. Life's too short for mediocre champagne. What else, she wondered, was her life too short for? Beverly stared at her reflection in the full-length mirror, turning slightly to examine her profile. The black cocktail dress, a splurge from 3 years ago that she'd justified as an investment piece for gallery events, hugged her curves in all the right places. She'd spent the afternoon at an affordable salon in Mission Valley getting a blowout, and her honey-brown hair now fell in soft waves around her shoulders. "Wow," Jayden said from the doorway of their bedroom. "You look incredible." Beverly smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Thanks. Zoe says this charity thing is pretty fancy." It had taken her 3 days to work up the courage to text Grayson about the charity auction. 3 days of drafting messages, deleting them, staring at his business card, and arguing with herself about what she was doing. In the end, she'd kept it simple. "This is Beverly Mitchell from the other night. The charity event sounds wonderful. Count me in." His response had been immediate and enthusiastic. When she mentioned that her husband might join, Grayson replied that he completely understood, but hoped she would still attend if Jayden couldn't make it. It was the perfect out. All she had to do was tell Jayden the event was exclusive or already at capacity. As it turned out, she didn't need to lie. Jayden had a work obligation, a dinner with potential clients that had been scheduled months ago. "I'm sorry I can't come with you," he said now, genuine regret in his voice. "You sure Zoe's boyfriend is okay with being your +1 for the night?" Another lie. Zoe wasn't even going to be there. "Of course. Tyler understands it's a networking opportunity for both of us." Jayden nodded, accepting her words without question. That was one of the things that had always drawn Beverly to him, his complete trust in her. Now, that same quality made her manipulation of him painfully easy. "Will you be out late?" he asked, checking his watch. "My thing should wrap up by 10. Hard to say, these art people can talk all night." Beverly applied a final coat of lipstick, MAC Ruby Woo, the most expensive makeup item she owned. "Don't wait up." Jayden crossed the room and wrapped his arms around her waist, careful not to wrinkle her dress. "Have fun. Maybe tomorrow we can do something together. There's that new hiking trail at Torrey Pines I've been wanting to check out." Beverly felt a twinge of guilt. Hiking had been their thing in the early days, weekend mornings spent exploring San Diego's natural beauty, followed by inexpensive but delicious lunches at hole-in-the-wall restaurants they discovered together. When had she started finding those outings boring? When had she begun making excuses to avoid them? Maybe, she said non-committally. Let's see how we feel. The Uber she'd splurged on, no way was she showing up to La Jolla in their 7-year-old Honda Civic, arrived 10 minutes later. Beverly kissed Jayden goodbye, a quick peck that felt oddly formal, and headed out into the warm San Diego evening. As the car wound its way toward La Jolla, Beverly's stomach fluttered with nervous anticipation. What was she doing? This wasn't networking. This wasn't about the gallery. This was about Grayson Coleman and the world he represented, a world of wealth and privilege that had begun to consume her thoughts. The Uber pulled up to a gated entrance where a security guard checked Beverly's name against a list before waving them through. The driveway wound upward through immaculately landscaped grounds before opening onto a circular motor court centered around a stone fountain. Holy shit, the driver muttered under his breath as the house came into view. Beverly silently echoed the sentiment. The house was actually a modernist mansion, perched on a cliffside overlooking the Pacific. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed glimpses of the interior, soaring ceilings, minimalist furniture, strategic lighting that highlighted what appeared to be museum-quality artwork on the walls. A uniformed valet opened her door. "Welcome to the Coleman residence, ma'am." Beverly stepped out, suddenly self-conscious about her dress that had seemed so perfect in her bedroom mirror, but now felt woefully inadequate. She smoothed the fabric nervously as she approached the entrance, where a young woman with an iPad greeted her. "Name, please?" "Beverly Mitchell. I'm a guest of Mr. Coleman." The woman's demeanor immediately warmed. "Of course, Miss Mitchell. Mr. Coleman mentioned you specifically. Please come in." The event is throughout the main level and on the ocean terrace. The interior of the house was even more impressive up close. The open-concept living area featured a 20-foot ceiling with a massive abstract canvas. Was that a genuine Rothko, dominating one wall? Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the Pacific Ocean, now tinged golden by the setting sun. About 60 people milled about. The women in designer dresses, the men in tailored suits, all clutching champagne flutes and talking in the measured tones of the comfortably wealthy. "Beverly," Grayson's voice came from behind her. "You made it." She turned to find him looking impossibly handsome in a charcoal suit that had undoubtedly cost more than her monthly salary. Up close, she noticed details she'd missed at the dimly lit bar. The fine lines around his eyes that suggested experience rather than age, the perfect white of his teeth, the subtle scent of an expensive cologne she couldn't identify. "This place is—" Beverly struggled to find an adequate word. "Excessive," Grayson suggested with a self-deprecating smile. "I know, but when you grow up with nothing, you either reject materialism entirely or embrace it wholeheartedly. I chose the latter." He offered her his arm. "Let me introduce you to some people." Over the next hour, Beverly met gallery owners from La Jolla and Del Mar, artists whose work commanded six-figure sums, philanthropists who casually mentioned donating millions to causes she'd never heard of. Grayson remained by her side throughout, his hand occasionally touching the small of her back as he guided her through the crowd. "What do you think?" he asked later, when they had a moment alone on the ocean terrace. The sun had set, but the terrace was illuminated by tasteful string lights and the glow from the house behind them. "It's incredible," Beverly admitted, taking a sip of champagne, the same Dom Perignon he'd ordered at the bar. "Everyone's been so welcoming." "That's because you belong here," Grayson said, his eyes intent on hers. "I watched you talking with Diana Holbrook about that emerging sculptor from Mexico City. You know your stuff, Beverly. You shouldn't be an assistant director at a second-tier gallery. You should be running your own space." The validation sent a thrill through her. When was the last time someone had recognized her expertise, her potential? Jayden supported her career, of course, but he didn't truly understand the art world or her ambitions within it. "That's the dream," she said softly. "But dreams require capital." "Yes, they do." Grayson's gaze was thoughtful. "Perhaps we should discuss that further." "But not tonight. Tonight is for the children's arts program." He gestured toward the makeshift stage where a podium had been set up. "I have to give a little speech soon. Will you wait for me? I'd love to show you the rest of the house afterward. My private collection is upstairs." Beverly knew she should say no. Touring a separated man's private spaces while her husband sat at a business dinner downtown crossed a line she'd told herself she wouldn't cross. "I'd love to see it," she heard herself say. Grayson's speech was polished and earnest. He spoke passionately about the importance of arts education, about how a similar program had changed his own life as a child growing up in East San Diego. Beverly watched the crowd respond to him, saw the respect and admiration in their eyes. Who was this man really? The wealthy tech mogul with the modernist mansion, or the underprivileged kid who found salvation in art? After the speech came the auction. Beverly observed in amazement as the attendees casually bid tens of thousands of dollars on donated artwork, wine collections, and luxury experiences. When the final item, a week at a private villa in Tuscany, went for $75,000, Beverly could only shake her head in disbelief. That was more than her annual salary. Ready for that tour? Grayson appeared at her side as the crowd began to disperse. The upper level of the house was, if possible, even more impressive than the main floor. A long hallway served as a private gallery, with museum-quality lighting illuminating works by artists Beverly had only ever studied in books or seen in major museums. "That's a Helen Frankenthaler," she gasped, stopping in front of a large canvas of swirling blues and greens. "One of my first major acquisitions," Grayson said, standing close beside her. "Do you like abstract expressionism? I wrote my thesis on women in the movement." Beverly couldn't tear her eyes from the painting. "She's always been one of my favorites. I knew you had excellent taste." His voice was low, intimate. "Come, there's something else I want to show you." He led her to a room at the end of the hall, his home office, a masculine space with leather furniture, built-in bookshelves, and a desk positioned to take advantage of the ocean view. On one wall hung a collection of smaller works, mostly by contemporary artists Beverly recognized. "This is my true passion," Grayson said, gesturing to the wall. "Supporting living artists, especially those who've had to overcome barriers to be in the art world." Beverly moved closer to examine the pieces. Each was unique, powerful, clearly selected with a discerning eye. "These are extraordinary," she said honestly. "I'm glad you think so." Grayson moved to a sideboard and poured 2 glasses of amber liquid. "Scotch?" "It's a 25-year Macallan." Beverly accepted the glass, though she'd never developed a taste for Scotch. The liquid burned pleasantly as it went down, warming her from the inside. "Do you collect any local artists?" "A few. I'm always looking for new talent." Grayson took a seat on the leather sofa, motioning for her to join him. "That's where someone with your eye could be valuable." Beverly sat beside him, careful to maintain a respectable distance. "How did you get into collecting?" "My first major acquisition was right after my company's initial public offering." Grayson swirled the Scotch in his glass, watching the light play through the liquid. "I grew up poor, as I mentioned. My mother cleaned houses in Rancho Santa Fe, the very neighborhood where I'd eventually buy my first home. One of her employers had a Matisse lithograph in their guest bathroom. I used to stare at it when she brought me to work, fascinated by the colors, the forms. I promised myself that someday I'd own beautiful things too." The vulnerability in his voice touched something in Beverly. She'd made similar promises to herself during college visits to museums, dreaming of a life surrounded by beauty and culture. "What about you?" Grayson asked. "What made you fall in love with art?" No one had asked her that in years. Not even Jaden, who'd known her when her passion was at its peak. Beverly found herself opening up, telling Grayson about her first trip to the Museum of Contemporary Art as a teenager, about the professor who'd taken an interest in her work, about the dream of her own gallery that had gradually been buried under the practicalities of paying rent and building a stable life. They talked for hours, moving from art to childhood memories to travel dreams. Beverly was surprised by how easy it was to talk to him, how attentively he listened, how he seemed to understand parts of her that she'd almost forgotten existed. It wasn't until she glanced at her watch, 1:30 a.m., that Beverly realized how late it had gotten. "Oh my God, I had no idea it was this late," she said, setting down her glass. They'd switched to water after the first Scotch. "I should get going." "Of course." Grayson stood immediately. "I'll call my driver to take you home." "That's not necessary. I can get an Uber." "At this hour, absolutely not. Martin is already here. He drove several guests home earlier. Please, allow me." Grayson's tone was concerned rather than controlling, and Beverly found herself nodding in agreement. As they walked back downstairs, the house now quiet and empty except for a few staff members cleaning up, Grayson stopped at the bottom of the staircase. "I'm glad you came tonight, Beverly," he said, his eyes searching hers. "I've enjoyed getting to know you." "I had a wonderful time," she replied honestly. "Perhaps we could continue our conversation about contemporary art sometime. There's a private showing at the Tasenda Gallery next week that I've been invited to. The artist is a rising star from Barcelona." Exactly the sort of work you were describing earlier. Beverly knew she should decline. Tonight had already crossed several boundaries. But the thought of returning to Grayson's world, even briefly, was too tempting to resist. "I'd like that," she said. "Excellent." His smile was warm, genuine. "I'll text you the details." The ride home in Grayson's sleek black Mercedes was surreal. The leather seat softer than any she'd ever sat on, the classical music playing softly through an audio system that made it sound as though the orchestra was performing live in the vehicle. Martin, the driver, was discreet and professional, asking for her address and then focusing on the road without further conversation. When they pulled up to her apartment building, the contrast between Grayson's cliffside mansion and her modest complex almost comical, Martin came around to open her door. "Thank you," Beverly said, suddenly embarrassed by where she lived. "My pleasure, Miss Mitchell. Mr. Coleman instructed me to see you safely to your door. That's really not necessary." "I insist," Martin said politely. Mr. Coleman would have it no other way. So Beverly allowed the uniformed driver to escort her to her apartment door, hyper-aware of the worn carpet in the hallway, the scuffed paint on neighboring doors. When they reached her unit, Martin gave a small bow and retreated, waiting at the end of the hallway until she unlocked her door and stepped inside. The apartment was dark except for the same small lamp Jaden always left on for her. She found him asleep in their bed, his phone on the nightstand displaying several missed calls, all from her. With a pang of guilt, Beverly realized she hadn't texted to let him know she'd be late. She changed quickly in the bathroom, scrubbing off her makeup and twisting her hair into a messy bun. When she slipped into bed beside Jaden, he stirred, his eyes opening groggily. "Bev, what time is it?" "Late," she whispered. "Go back to sleep." "Was trying to wait up," he mumbled, already drifting off again. "How was the thing?" "Fine," she said softly. "Just fine." The next few weeks unfolded in a pattern that Beverly found both exhilarating and terrifying. There was her real life, working at the gallery, coming home to Jaden, maintaining the appearance of normality, and then there was her other life, the one that revolved around Grayson Coleman. It started with the private showing at Tasenda Gallery, where Beverly found herself mingling with collectors who thought nothing of dropping 6 figures on emerging artists. Grayson introduced her as the most insightful young curator in San Diego, a description that made her blush with pleasure. The gallery owner, impressed by her knowledge, invited her to an exclusive dinner the following week. Soon, Beverly was juggling a calendar full of art events, charity functions, and private viewings, all with Grayson as her companion, all explained to Jaden as work obligations or girls' nights with Zoe. Zoe, to her credit, had reluctantly agreed to be Beverly's alibi, though not without expressing serious concerns. "You know what you're doing is wrong, right?" Zoe had said during one of their increasingly rare actual meetups. "Even if nothing physical has happened, you're having an emotional affair." "It's not like that," Beverly had insisted, though they both knew she was lying. "He's a valuable connection for my career." "Right. And the fact that he's gorgeous, charming, and richer than God has nothing to do with it." Beverly couldn't deny the attraction she felt toward Grayson. It wasn't just his wealth or status, though those certainly played a role. It was the way he seemed to see her, really see her, in a way Jaden no longer did. It was how he asked about her dreams and ambitions, how he remembered every detail she shared, how he introduced her to people who could help advance her career. Meanwhile, Jaden remained oblivious to his wife's double life. If anything, he worked harder than ever to please her, mistaking her emotional distance for dissatisfaction with their financial situation. He took on additional clients, started researching investment strategies, even surprised her with dinner at a mid-priced restaurant for their anniversary, a sweet gesture that Beverly found herself comparing unfavorably to the Michelin-starred establishment where Grayson had taken her just days earlier. "I'm thinking about going for the senior accountant position," Jaden told her over pasta at their anniversary dinner. "Thomas is definitely retiring at the end of the year, and Mr. Donovan hinted that I'm the front-runner." "That's great," Beverly said, trying to sound enthusiastic. "How much more would that be?" She hated that this was her first question, but she couldn't help it. The disparity between Jaden's world and Grayson's became more glaring by the day. "About 20% more plus better benefits," Jaden said, reaching across the table to take her hand. "We could start seriously saving for a house, maybe even think about starting a family in a year or two." The mention of children made Beverly's stomach knot with anxiety. How could she think about having a baby when she wasn't even sure about her marriage anymore? "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," she said, gently withdrawing her hand. "One step at a time." Jaden's face fell slightly, but he quickly recovered. "You're right. First the promotion, then the house, then we can talk about the rest." That night, as they made love in their queen-sized bed with the slightly lumpy mattress, Beverly closed her eyes and tried to stay present, to feel the connection with the man she'd once been, so certain was her forever. But her mind kept drifting to Grayson, to his confident gaze, his knowing smile, the brush of his fingers against her back when he guided her through a crowded room. Afterward, Jaden fell asleep quickly, his arm draped across her waist. Beverly lay awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling like the worst kind of fraud. Her phone vibrated on the nightstand. Carefully extricating herself from Jaden's embrace, Beverly reached for it. "Thinking of you tonight. Hope you're having a wonderful anniversary. Tomorrow I have a surprise that might interest you." Beverly's heart raced. How did he know it was her anniversary? She hadn't mentioned it. Perhaps he'd looked her up online, found their wedding announcement in the local paper years ago. The thought should have disturbed her, but instead, she found it flattering that he'd bothered to research her so thoroughly. "What kind of surprise?" she texted back. "I've chartered a yacht for the weekend, a small gathering, just a few friends sailing to Catalina and back. Join us?" Beverly's fingers hovered over the keyboard. A weekend away would require a major lie, something bigger than her usual excuses. But the thought of spending 2 days in Grayson's world, on a private yacht no less, was too tempting to refuse. "Sounds amazing. When do we leave?" "Friday afternoon. Pack light. Everything you need will be provided." Beverly set her phone down, her mind already spinning possible explanations for Jaden. A gallery retreat? An emergency visit to a sick friend? Whatever she came up with, it had to be bulletproof. In the end, she settled on a work obligation, a wealthy collector considering a major acquisition who wanted her to accompany him to a private collection in Los Angeles. Jaden, trusting as always, didn't question the story, though he expressed disappointment about spending the weekend apart. "We could go to that new restaurant in Little Italy when you get back Sunday," he suggested, helping her pack a small overnight bag on Friday morning. "Make up for lost time." "That sounds perfect," Beverly lied, knowing she'd be exhausted from the yacht trip and in no mood for a date night. But Jaden looked so eager, so desperate to connect with her, that she couldn't bring herself to refuse. The yacht exceeded even Beverly's wildest expectations. At 120 feet, it featured multiple decks, a hot tub, a formal dining room, and 4 luxurious staterooms. The other guests were a carefully curated mix of San Diego elites, a renowned plastic surgeon, and his much younger girlfriend, a tech entrepreneur who'd recently sold his startup for 9 figures, a Brazilian model who'd appeared on the cover of Vogue, and Grayson's business partner, Alexander Wright, a shrewd-looking man in his 50s with a perpetually calculating expression. "Alex, this is Beverly Mitchell, the art expert I've been telling you about," Grayson said as he made introductions on the upper deck, champagne flowing freely as the yacht pulled away from the marina. Alexander assessed Beverly with cool eyes. "Grayson mentioned you have quite an eye for undiscovered talent." "I try to keep up with emerging artists," Beverly said modestly. "She's being humble," Grayson interjected. "Beverly introduced me to that sculptor from Tijuana, whose work just tripled in value after the Whitney acquisition." It was a blatant lie. Beverly had never mentioned any such artist, but she played along, warming to the fictional version of herself that Grayson was creating. Beverly Mitchell, art world insider, tastemaker, someone whose opinion mattered. As the yacht cruised out of San Diego Bay into the open ocean, Beverly found herself falling deeper under Grayson's spell. He was attentive without being overbearing, generous without being showy, and he seemed genuinely delighted to have her there. When he offered her a tour of the lower deck, Beverly followed without hesitation, aware of the knowing glances exchanged by the other guests. The master stateroom was larger than her entire bedroom at home, with a king-sized bed, panoramic windows, and a marble bathroom featuring a rainfall shower and soaking tub. "This is where you'll be staying," Grayson said, leaning against the doorframe as Beverly explored the space. "It's gorgeous," she breathed, running her fingers over the silky bedspread. "But where will you sleep?" A slow smile spread across Grayson's face. "There are 4 staterooms, unless you'd prefer company." The question hung in the air between them, crackling with possibility. This was the moment, Beverly realized. The point of no return. Until now, she could tell herself, that nothing had really happened, that she was just networking, just exploring opportunities, just having a bit of harmless fun. "I think I'd like my privacy," she said finally, though her voice lacked conviction. Grayson nodded, unfazed. "Of course, whatever makes you comfortable." He stepped further into the room, closing the distance between them. "Beverly, I want you to know that I respect your marriage. I would never pressure you to do anything you're not ready for." The irony of his statement, respecting her marriage while inviting her on a romantic yacht getaway, wasn't lost on Beverly, but she was too intoxicated by his presence to call him on it. "I appreciate that," she murmured, as he moved closer still. "But I also want you to know that I find you incredibly beautiful, intelligent, and fascinating." His hand brushed her cheek, feather light. "When you're ready, if you're ever ready, I'll be here." With that, he leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, then turned and left the stateroom, closing the door behind him. Beverly sank onto the bed, her heart pounding. It was the perfect move, showing restraint, giving her space, making it clear that the next step would be her decision. Grayson Coleman was playing a long game, and he was very, very good at it. The rest of the weekend unfolded like a dream. They anchored off Catalina Island, swimming in the crystal-clear water and dining on gourmet meals prepared by the yacht's private chef. Grayson introduced Beverly to everyone as the brilliant curator who's going to revolutionize San Diego's art scene, building up her confidence with each introduction. By Sunday afternoon, as they cruised back toward San Diego, Beverly felt like a different person, someone sophisticated, desirable, and important. Throughout it all, Grayson maintained a respectful distance, true to his word, but the chemistry between them was undeniable, building with every shared glance, every private conversation, every accidental touch. When the yacht docked and it was time to say goodbye, Grayson took her aside on the upper deck while the others gathered their belongings below. "I hope you enjoyed yourself," he said, his eyes searching hers. "It was magical," Beverly replied honestly. "Thank you for including me." "There's more where that came from." His voice was soft, intimate. "Beverly, I don't want to overstep, but I have to ask, are you happy in your marriage?" The directness of the question caught her off guard. No one had asked her that in years, not even Zoe. Was she happy with Jaden? Once the answer would have been an unequivocal yes. Now, she wasn't so sure. "It's complicated," she said finally. Grayson nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Life usually is. But sometimes, Beverly, we have to be honest with ourselves about what we truly want. What makes us truly happy?" "And what about you?" Beverly countered. "Are you happy?" A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I'm happier when I'm with you." It was the perfect line, delivered with just the right blend of sincerity and charm. Beverly felt herself blushing like a schoolgirl. "I should get going," she said. "I told Jaden I'd be home by 6. "Of course." Grayson stepped back, ever the gentleman. "My driver will take you home, but Beverly?" "Yes. Think about what I said, about being honest with yourself." His gaze was intense, penetrating. "Life's too short for compromise." The lies multiplied after the yacht trip. Beverly created a fictional art collector named Marcus Shepard, who was supposedly considering hiring her as his personal curator. This imaginary job prospect allowed her to explain away evenings spent with Grayson, weekends at art fairs in Los Angeles, even a 3-day trip to New York that Grayson arranged on his private jet. As the weeks passed, Beverly's guilt began to fade, replaced by a sense of entitlement. Didn't she deserve the experiences Grayson offered? Hadn't she worked hard all these years, sacrificing her dreams for pragmatism? Jaden was a good man, yes, but did that mean she had to settle for a mediocre life? The physical line was finally crossed during the New York trip. They'd spent the day at galleries in Chelsea, followed by dinner at an exclusive restaurant where celebrities dined at nearby tables. Back at the penthouse suite Grayson had booked at the Mark, high on expensive wine and the heady atmosphere of Manhattan, Beverly made her decision. When Grayson kissed her, really kissed her, not the chaste forehead peck from the yacht, she didn't pull away. When his hands began to explore her body, she encouraged him. When he led her to the bedroom, she followed willingly. Making love with Grayson was nothing like with Jaden. Where Jaden was tender and familiar, Grayson was passionate and surprising. Where Jaden's lovemaking spoke of comfort and security, Grayson's communicated desire and possession. Beverly lost herself completely, the last shreds of guilt buried beneath waves of pleasure and the intoxicating feeling of being desperately wanted. Afterward, lying in his arms in the luxurious king-sized bed, Beverly felt a strange mix of emotions: satisfaction, excitement, a lingering sense of wrongness that she quickly suppressed. "What are you thinking?" Grayson asked, stroking her hair. "That this changes everything," she answered truthfully. "Only if you want it to." He propped himself up on one elbow, looking down at her. "Beverly, I need you to know that this wasn't just a conquest for me. I have genuine feelings for you, feelings I haven't had for anyone in a very long time." "What about your wife?" Beverly asked. It was the first time she'd directly mentioned his separated status. A shadow crossed Grayson's face. "Catherine and I were over long before she left. We married young, grew apart. The yoga instructor was just the final straw." He traced a finger along Beverly's collarbone. "But that's ancient history. What matters now is us." "What do you want, Beverly?" It was the fundamental question, the one she'd been avoiding for months. What did she want? The answer came with surprising clarity. "I want this," she said. "I want you. I want the life you can give me." Grayson's smile was triumphant. "Then it's yours, all of it." They made love again, and in the morning Grayson ordered room service. Champagne and strawberries, eggs Benedict, freshly squeezed orange juice served on fine china with real silver. As they ate in plush hotel robes, he outlined a vision for their future together that made Beverly dizzy with anticipation. "I'm opening a new gallery space in La Jolla," he said casually, as though discussing the weather. "It needs a director, someone with excellent taste and a fresh perspective. The position comes with a substantial salary, a company car, and a clothing allowance for attending international art fairs." Beverly nearly choked on her champagne. "Are you serious?" "Completely. I've been planning it for months. The space is already under renovation." Grayson took a bite of his eggs, watching her reaction. Of course, it would be awkward if the director was married to someone else. The implication was clear. Beverly felt her heart rate accelerate. "You want me to leave Jaden?" "I want you to be happy," Grayson corrected gently. "If that means being with me, running your own gallery, living the life you've always dreamed of, then yes, I suppose it does mean leaving Jaden." Put that way, it seemed so simple, so obvious. What was she waiting for? "I'll need time," she said, "to figure out how to tell him, to make arrangements. Take all the time you need." Grayson reached across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm not going anywhere." The guilt hit Beverly hardest when she returned to San Diego. Jaden picked her up at the airport, eager to hear about the fictional meetings with Marcus Shepard, full of pride when she mentioned the potential job offer that Grayson had really extended. "I knew someone would recognize your talent eventually," Jaden said as they drove home, his hand resting on her thigh. "You've worked so hard for this." Beverly stared out the window, unable to meet his eyes. She'd spent the past 3 nights in another man's bed, planning a future that didn't include her husband, and here he was, celebrating her imaginary success. Over the next 2 weeks, Beverly went through the motions of her marriage while secretly preparing to end it. She set up a private bank account, began researching divorce laws in California, and met with Grayson to finalize details of her new position. All the while, Jaden remained supportive and loving, assuming her distraction was related to her career prospects. "Whatever you decide about the job, I'm behind you 100%, he told her one night as they ate takeout in front of the TV. "Even if it means moving, I can find accounting work anywhere." The irony was almost too much to bear. Jaden was willing to uproot his life for her career, while she was planning to leave him for another man. The breaking point came on a seemingly ordinary Tuesday evening. Beverly had spent the afternoon with Grayson, touring the nearly completed gallery space that would soon be hers to run. He'd surprised her with a key to his La Jolla mansion, telling her she could start moving her things in whenever she was ready. "The closer room is yours," he'd said, referring to the massive walk-in closet bigger than her current bedroom. "Fill it with whatever you want. There's no budget." Beverly had returned home in a daze, the key burning a hole in her purse. She found Jaden in the kitchen, attempting to make her favorite pasta dish, a recipe he'd been trying to perfect for years. "Hey, beautiful," he greeted her, leaning in for a kiss that she barely returned. "I thought we could use a nice dinner. I got that Pinot Noir you like from Trader Joe's." It was such a sweet gesture, so typically Jaden, thoughtful, budget-conscious, trying his best to make her happy with what they had. Beverly felt herself wavering. Could she really do this? Could she really leave this good, kind man who loved her? Then her phone buzzed with a text from Grayson. Just confirmed our reservation at Addison for Friday night. Bring something sexy to leave at the house for the weekend. Decision made. Jaden, we need to talk, Beverly said, setting her purse down on the counter. Sounds serious. He turned down the heat under the pasta, wiping his hands on a dish towel. Everything okay with the job stuff? It's not about that. It's about us. Beverly took a deep breath. I'm not happy, Jaden. I haven't been for a long time. His face fell, confusion clouding his features. What do you mean? I thought things were getting better. Your career is taking off. I'm up for the promotion. It's not about money, Beverly interrupted, though of course it was, at least partly. It's about us. We've grown apart. We want different things. What different things? Jaden's voice rose slightly. Different lives, Beverly said, unable to look him in the eye. Different futures. That's not true. Jaden moved toward her, reaching for her hands. We've always wanted the same things. A home, maybe kids someday, building a life together. She pulled away from his touch. That's what you want. I'm not sure it's what I want anymore. Where is this coming from? Confusion gave way to hurt in Jaden's eyes. Is it the pressure at work? The stress about the potential job? Because we can figure this out, Bev. We always do. Beverly steeled herself. There was no easy way to do this, no path that wouldn't cause pain. I want a divorce, Jaden. The words hung in the air between them, sharp and final. Jaden staggered back as if physically struck, bracing himself against the kitchen counter. A divorce? He repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. You can't be serious. I am serious. Beverly forced herself to meet his gaze. I've thought about this a lot. It's not working for me anymore. Not working? Anger began to replace shock in Jaden's expression. What the hell does that mean? What's not working? We have a good life, Beverly. Maybe not the fancy lifestyle your friends have, but we're happy. We love each other. I'm not happy, she insisted, clinging to the one truth amid her web of lies. I haven't been happy for a long time. Jaden ran a hand through his hair, his breathing ragged. Is there someone else? Is that what this is about? Beverly hesitated. She could confess everything now. The months of deception, the affair with Grayson, the gallery position that was contingent on her ending her marriage. But that would only make it worse, turn his pain into humiliation. What good would the truth do at this point? No, she lied. There's no one else. This is about me needing something different from my life. Something I can't give you, Jaden said flatly. Beverly remained silent, which was answer enough. So all these trips, all these late nights, was that you trying to figure out if you wanted to stay? Jaden asked, his voice breaking. Were you giving our marriage a trial run? I was trying to find myself, Beverly said, the platitude sounding hollow even to her own ears. I lost who I was somewhere along the way. And who exactly are you now, Beverly? Jaden's tone turned bitter. Because the woman I married wouldn't throw away 7 years over a vague feeling of dissatisfaction. His words stung because they were true. The Beverly who had fallen in love with Jaden at San Diego State wouldn't have done this. But she wasn't that person anymore. Grayson had shown her another world, another life, one where she didn't have to settle, didn't have to wait for someday. I'm sorry, she said softly. I never meant to hurt you. Jaden laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor. Well, that's a relief. You're breaking my heart, but at least you feel bad about it. Jay, don't. He held up a hand. Just don't. He moved to the stove and turned off the burner under the now overcooked pasta. I need some air. Beverly watched as he grabbed his keys and wallet from the counter. Where are you going? Does it matter? Jaden asked, his eyes red-rimmed but dry. You've made your decision. I'm no longer entitled to know your whereabouts, and you clearly don't care about mine. He left without another word, the door closing firmly behind him. Beverly stood alone in the kitchen, the smell of burnt garlic permeating the air. She should have felt relief. The hardest part was over. Instead, she felt hollow, as if something essential had been carved out of her. Her phone buzzed again. Another text from Grayson. Thinking of you, can't wait to start our life together. Beverly stared at the message, trying to recapture the excitement she'd felt just hours earlier. This was what she wanted. Grayson, the gallery, the house in La Jolla, the life of luxury and culture she'd always dreamed of. Jaden would be hurt now, but he would heal. He would find someone who appreciated his kindness, his stability, his unwavering loyalty. someone better suited to the life he wanted to provide. She began typing a response to Grayson. "It's done," I told him. Before she could hit send, Beverly heard the sound of glass breaking. Looking down, she realized she'd knocked over Jaden's carefully selected bottle of Pinot Noir. The red liquid spread across the kitchen floor like blood, staining the grout between the tiles. A metaphor too obvious to ignore. Something irreparable had just broken, and no amount of careful cleaning would ever fully remove the stain. Beverly set her phone down and grabbed a roll of paper towels. As she kneeled to clean up the mess, tears finally came. Not for Jaden, but for herself, for the woman she had become in pursuit of a life she'd convinced herself she deserved. But the tears didn't last long. By the time Jaden returned hours later, smelling of whiskey and defeat, Beverly had composed herself. The wine was cleaned up, her suitcases were packed, and her resolve had hardened. "I'll stay at a hotel tonight," she told him as he slumped onto the couch. "I'll come back tomorrow to get the rest of my things." Jaden didn't look at her. "Where will you go after that?" "I found a place," she said vaguely. "A short-term rental until I figure things out." Another lie. She would be moving directly into Grayson's mansion, skipping the pretense of independence altogether. "You seem to have it all figured out," Jaden observed dully. "How long have you been planning this?" "It doesn't matter now," Beverly replied, avoiding the question. "I'll have my lawyer contact you about the divorce paperwork." Jaden finally looked up, his eyes red and swollen. "Did I ever really know you, Beverly? Was any of it real?" The question cut through her carefully constructed defenses. Had their love been real? Of course it had, once years ago, before ambition and envy corroded it from within. "Yes," she said softly. "It was real. But people change, Jay. We want different things now." "No," he corrected, a flash of clarity cutting through his misery. "You want different things. I still want exactly what I always wanted, a life with you." Beverly had no response to that. She picked up her suitcases and rolled them toward the door. "I'll text you when I'm coming tomorrow." Jaden didn't acknowledge her words, just stared blankly at the darkened television screen. Beverly hesitated for a moment, searching for something meaningful to say, some way to ease the finality of this moment. In the end, she said nothing. She walked out the door, closing it softly behind her, and called an Uber to take her to Grayson's mansion on the cliffs of La Jolla. As the car pulled away from the apartment complex, away from her marriage, away from Jaden, Beverly took out her phone and completed her text to Grayson. "It's done. I told him. I'm coming home to you." His response came almost immediately. "The gate code is 7742. Welcome to your new life." Beverly leaned back against the car seat, watching the familiar streets of Mission Valley recede in the rear window. She felt a strange mix of emotions, grief and guilt, tangled with anticipation and relief. The hardest part was over. Now she could finally have the life she deserved, the life she'd always wanted. Or so she thought. The gate to Grayson's La Jolla estate slid open silently, revealing the illuminated driveway that wound its way up to the modernist mansion. Beverly's Uber driver let out a low whistle. "Some place," he commented, navigating the curved drive. "Friend of yours?" "Something like that," Beverly replied, her voice tight with emotion. As they approached the house, Beverly saw Grayson waiting in the doorway, backlit by the warm glow of the interior. He looked like something from a movie. Handsome, wealthy, powerful. Everything she'd convinced herself she wanted. The driver helped unload her suitcases, and Grayson descended the steps to greet her, placing a proprietary kiss on her lips before tipping the driver generously. Beverly watched the Uber disappear down the driveway, a strange sense of finality washing over her. There was no going back now. "Welcome home," Grayson said, guiding her inside with a hand at the small of her back. Home. The word felt foreign in this context. This wasn't her home, not yet. It was Grayson's domain, a space she'd only visited as a guest until now. But as he led her through the soaring entryway into the great room, Beverly forced herself to see it through new eyes. This was her life now, her choice. "Are you okay?" Grayson asked, studying her face. "Was it difficult?" "Of course it was difficult," Beverly said, sinking onto one of the sleek leather sofas. "I just ended my marriage." Grayson sat beside her, taking her hand. "I know, and I'm sorry for the pain that causes, but I also know it's the right decision for both of you. Jaden deserves someone who loves him completely, and you deserve a life that fulfills you." The words were perfectly calibrated to ease her guilt. framing her abandonment of Jayden as almost a favor to him, a kindness. Beverly wanted desperately to believe it. He asked if there was someone else, she admitted. A flicker of something, concern, annoyance, crossed Grayson's face. What did you tell him? I said no, I couldn't hurt him like that. Grayson nodded, squeezing her hand. That was kind of you. There will be time for the truth later, when wounds aren't so fresh. He stood and pulled her to her feet. Come, I want to show you something. He led her through the house to the master suite, a space she'd seen before but never occupied, and into the massive walk-in closet he'd mentioned earlier. Beverly gasped. The space had been transformed. Where once hung Grayson's impeccably tailored suits and casual wear, half the closet was now empty, with only a few designer items in her size spaced along the rack. I had Natalie, my personal shopper, select a few pieces to get you started, Grayson explained. I wasn't sure of your taste beyond what I've seen you wear. We can go shopping together, or you can work with Natalie to fill in the gaps. Beverly moved toward the clothing, fingers brushing against fabrics finer than anything she'd ever owned. Cashmere, silk, leather so soft it felt like butter. These are... Grayson, these must have cost a fortune. He shrugged, unconcerned. Consider it a welcome gift, the first of many. Beverly pulled out a simple black dress with a designer label she recognized from magazine spreads. The price tag was still attached, $200, more than a month of her gallery salary. I can't accept all this, she protested weakly, even as she imagined herself wearing the dress to an opening at her new gallery. Grayson came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yes, you can, he murmured against her ear. You can have anything you want now, Beverly. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Your life of compromise is over. She leaned back against him, allowing his words to wash over her, soothing the rawness left by her confrontation with Jayden. This was right. This was meant to be. She deserved this. Thank you, she whispered, turning in his arms to kiss him properly. For everything. They made love in Grayson's massive bed, with its view of the moonlit Pacific. Afterward, Beverly lay awake, listening to his steady breathing beside her. Despite the luxury surrounding her, despite having made her choice, sleep eluded her. She couldn't stop thinking about Jayden, alone in their apartment, surrounded by the remnants of their life together. It would get easier, she told herself. The guilt would fade. And once the divorce was final, once she was fully established in her new life, she would look back on this night as the beginning of everything she'd ever wanted. The following morning, Beverly returned to the apartment as promised, to collect the rest of her belongings. She'd timed it carefully, arriving when she knew Jayden would be at work. She couldn't face him again, not so soon after the devastation she'd witnessed on his face. But when she unlocked the door, she found Jayden sitting at the kitchen table, staring blankly at a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. I thought you'd be at work, she said, startled. Jayden looked up, his eyes hollow. Called in sick. His gaze drifted to her outfit, one of the new pieces Grayson had purchased, a casual ensemble that probably cost more than their monthly rent. New clothes? Beverly shifted uncomfortably. I just came to get my things. I figured. Jayden gestured vaguely around the apartment. Take whatever you want, it's not like I can stop you. The bitterness in his voice cut through her. This wasn't the Jayden she knew, the optimistic, gentle man who always saw the best in people, in situations. She'd done this to him, reduced him to this hollow shell in less than 24 hours. Jay, Don't, he interrupted. Just take your stuff and go. I can't do this right now. Beverly nodded, moving silently through the apartment, gathering her belongings. She'd hired movers who waited discreetly outside, ready to transport her possessions to Grayson's mansion. As she packed her clothes, her books, her collection of art prints, she was struck by how little she'd accumulated in 7 years of marriage. Their life had been modest, mindful of budgets and space constraints. In the bathroom, she hesitated over shared items, the expensive shampoo she'd splurged on, the fancy hand soap, the good towels they'd received as wedding gifts. Should she take them or leave them? In the end, she left most of it. Grayson's house was already stocked with products and linens of far higher quality. When she'd finished, Beverly found Jayden still at the kitchen table, though he'd at least dumped out the cold coffee and poured a fresh cup. I think that's everything, she said awkwardly. Jayden nodded without looking at her. I'll have my attorney contact yours about the divorce proceedings. Beverly was surprised. You've already spoken to an attorney. First thing this morning, Jaden confirmed, his voice flat. No point dragging this out. Oh, that's good. Beverly clutched her purse tightly. I don't want anything, Jay. The furniture, the car, it's all yours. I just want a clean break. Now Jaden did look up, his eyes narrowing. How generous of you. And where exactly will you be living, Beverly? Since you don't need any furniture or transportation? The accusation in his tone was clear. He suspected there was someone else, even if she wouldn't admit it. I told you I found a short-term rental, she lied. I've been saving from my gallery salary. Jaden laughed, a harsh sound with no humor in it. Right, your gallery salary that barely covers your student loans. The same salary that had you complaining about not being able to afford a new pair of shoes last month. He shook his head. I may be heartbroken, Bev, but I'm not stupid. Beverly flushed with anger and shame. I don't owe you explanations anymore, she said more sharply than she'd intended. That's what divorce means. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Jaden's expression crumpled, the anger giving way to raw pain. You're right, he said quietly. You don't owe me anything. Not even the truth, apparently. Jay, just go, Beverly. He turned away from her. The movers are waiting. She wanted to say something more, to offer comfort, to make this easier somehow. But there were no words that could soften what she'd done, so she simply picked up her last bag and walked out the door, closing it softly behind her. The movers loaded her belongings efficiently, and Beverly directed them to Grayson's address. As the truck pulled away from the apartment complex, she felt a chapter of her life closing definitively. 7 years of marriage, 9 years of history with Jaden, all packed up in a few boxes and suitcases, being transported to her new future. The divorce proceedings moved quickly, much to Beverly's relief. California's no-fault divorce laws meant she didn't have to prove Jaden had done anything wrong. Her desire to end the marriage was reason enough. As promised, she made no claims on their joint property. Her attorney, an elegant woman in her 50s whom Grayson had recommended, advised her that she was entitled to more, but Beverly refused. She had Grayson now. She didn't need Jaden's IKEA furniture or their modest savings account. Jaden, for his part, seemed equally eager to finalize the split. He didn't contest anything, didn't drag out the proceedings with emotional appeals or demands for couples counseling. His attorney communicated that he wanted the same thing Beverly did, a clean, quick break with no lingering ties. 6 weeks after she'd moved out, Beverly found herself at the San Diego County Courthouse, signing the final papers that would dissolve her marriage. Jaden sat across the table, flanked by his attorney, his expression unreadable. It was the first time she'd seen him since the day she'd collected her things, and she was struck by how different he looked, thinner, with dark circles under his eyes, his usually neat hair a bit too long, as if he hadn't bothered with a haircut. Is that everything? Jaden asked the attorneys when the last document had been signed. That's it, his lawyer confirmed. The divorce will be final in 6 months, as required by California law, but the separation agreement is effective immediately. Jaden nodded once, pushed back from the table and stood to leave. Jay, Beverly called after him, can we talk for a minute? He paused, his back to her, then slowly turned. What's left to say? Beverly wasn't sure what she wanted to tell him. That she was sorry, that she hoped he would be okay, that despite everything she had loved him once. All of it seemed inadequate, almost cruel in its belated concern. Take care of yourself, she finished lamely. Something flickered in Jaden's eyes, disappointment perhaps, or the last dying ember of hope that she might say something meaningful. You too, Beverly, he said finally, then turned and walked out of the room without looking back. Beverly watched him go, a hollow feeling in her chest. She'd expected to feel relief, maybe even elation at this final step toward her new life. Instead, she felt oddly empty, as if something essential had been extracted from her, along with her married name. Mrs. Mitchell? Her attorney's voice pulled her from her thoughts. I mean, Ms. Collins, the woman corrected herself, using Beverly's maiden name, which she'd chosen to reclaim. Is there anything else you need today? Beverly shook her head, gathering her purse and the folder containing her copies of the divorce documents. No, thank you for everything. Outside the courthouse, Beverly blinked in the bright San Diego sunshine. It was a perfect day, as so many were in this part of the world. 75 degrees, clear blue sky, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of the nearby ocean. She'd arranged to meet Grayson for lunch at an upscale restaurant in the Gaslamp Quarter, to celebrate the finalization of her separation. As she descended the courthouse steps, Beverly spotted a familiar figure across the street, Zoe, deep in conversation with someone Beverly couldn't immediately identify. Then the person turned slightly, and Beverly froze. It was Kylie, one of Jaden's colleagues from the accounting firm. The two women appeared to be waiting for someone, and with a sinking feeling, Beverly realized they were probably waiting for Jaden. She quickly turned away, hurrying in the opposite direction before they could spot her. So Jaden had support, friends who cared enough to accompany him to the courthouse, to be there for him on this difficult day. Beverly was glad, she told herself. He deserved people who cared. But the sight of Zoe with Jaden's colleagues stung more than she'd expected. Zoe had been her friend first, yet here she was, clearly choosing sides in the divorce. Beverly hadn't spoken to Zoe in weeks, not since a tense coffee meeting where Zoe had expressed concerns about Beverly's decision to leave Jaden, especially once it became clear she'd moved in with Grayson. "It's not that I'm judging you," Zoe had said, though her tone suggested otherwise. "I just think you're moving awfully fast with a man you barely know." "I know enough," Beverly had replied defensively. "Grayson understands me in a way Jaden never did. He supports my ambitions, my dreams." "Jaden supported you too," Zoe had pointed out. "He just couldn't buy you a gallery." The conversation had devolved from there, with Beverly eventually storming out after Zoe suggested she was trading up rather than following her heart. They hadn't spoken since, though Zoe had sent a few text messages that Beverly had ignored. And now here she was, comforting Jaden, allying herself with Beverly's ex. It confirmed what Beverly had begun to suspect, that most of their mutual friends would side with Jaden in the split. He was the wronged party after all, the abandoned husband, the good guy. Let them think what they wanted, Beverly decided, as she slid into the back of the Uber that would take her to meet Grayson. She had a new life now, new friends, a new circle that wouldn't judge her for pursuing happiness. "You seem distracted," Grayson observed over lunch, watching as Beverly pushed her salad niçoise around her plate. "Having second thoughts?" "No," she said quickly. "Just processing. It's a big step." Grayson reached across the table to cover her hand with his. "The first step toward our future together. And speaking of steps," he pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket. "I know it's soon, and we can't make anything official until your divorce is final, but I wanted you to have this, a promise of what's to come." Beverly's heart raced as he opened the box to reveal a stunning diamond bracelet, the stones catching the light from every angle. "Grayson, it's beautiful," she breathed, extending her wrist so he could fasten it for her. "Just a token," he said, securing the clasp. "The real ring will come when the time is right." Beverly admired the bracelet, its weight substantial on her wrist. "It must have cost a fortune. Worth every penny to see that look on your face." Grayson raised his champagne flute. "To new beginnings." Beverly clinked her glass against his, the diamond bracelet glinting as she moved. "To new beginnings," she echoed, pushing thoughts of Jaden, Zoe, and the courthouse out of her mind. Beverly's transformation from middle-class gallery assistant to socialite girlfriend of a tech mogul was swift and comprehensive. With Grayson's encouragement and his seemingly limitless credit cards, she discarded most of her old wardrobe in favor of designer pieces selected either by Natalie, the personal shopper, or during lavish shopping trips with Grayson himself. Her appearance changed as well. Weekly appointments at La Jolla's most exclusive salon kept her hair perfectly highlighted and styled. Regular facials, massages, and other treatments at a high-end spa ensured her skin glowed with the luminosity that came from expert care and premium products. A personal trainer came to Grayson's home gym 3 mornings a week to put her through workouts designed to tone without building bulk. Even her manner of speaking evolved, her vocabulary expanding to include the terminology of wealth, discussions of summer homes and tax strategies, casual references to private aviation and investment portfolios. She learned which wineries were worth visiting in Napa, which restaurants had impossible to get reservations, but would always find a table for Grayson Coleman, which charities were considered prestigious to support. Most significantly, Beverly began her role as director of Coleman Gallery, the new space Grayson had purchased in La Jolla. With its soaring ceilings, museum-quality lighting, and prime location, the gallery quickly established itself as a destination for serious collectors and artists seeking representation. Beverly threw herself into the work, determined to prove that Grayson's faith in her was justified, that she was more than just his girlfriend playing at gallery director. She dove into research, identifying emerging artists worth investing in, commissioning thoughtful catalog essays, and courting collectors with personalized attention. To her surprise and satisfaction, she discovered she had a genuine talent for the business side of the art world. Her eye for quality had always been good, but now she developed skills in valuation, market trend analysis, and the delicate art of making wealthy clients feel they'd discovered something special rather than being sold to. Grayson seemed pleased with her success, though Beverly occasionally caught a hint of surprise in his expression when the gallery made a particularly lucrative sale or received positive press. It was as if he hadn't quite expected her to excel so thoroughly at the opportunity he'd provided. "The Zimmerman sale was impressive," he commented one evening as they prepared for a charity gala. Beverly had just closed a deal on a large-scale installation piece that had commanded a six-figure sum. "I didn't realize you had such a way with difficult clients." "Richard Zimmerman isn't difficult," Beverly replied, fastening a pair of diamond earrings, another gift from Grayson. "He's just used to being the smartest person in the room. Once he realized I actually knew what I was talking about, he was quite reasonable." Grayson watched her through the mirror as she applied her lipstick. "You're full of surprises, aren't you?" Something in his tone made Beverly pause, the lipstick hovering near her mouth. There was admiration there, yes, but also something else. Calculation, perhaps, as if he were recalibrating some internal assessment of her. But then he smiled, the moment passing, and Beverly told herself she was being paranoid. Grayson had given her everything she'd ever wanted: a beautiful home, financial security, a prestigious career. Why would she question his motives or his regard for her? Still, as the weeks passed, Beverly couldn't help noticing other small moments that gave her pause. The way Grayson sometimes interrupted her when she was speaking to clients at gallery events, smoothly taking over the conversation. His habit of checking her phone when she left it unattended, under the guise of looking for a number or ordering an Uber. The subtle way he critiqued her choices, her clothing, her opinions, her work decisions, always framed as helpful suggestions rather than criticism. "The Mercer exhibition needs a stronger centerpiece," he told her one afternoon, studying the layout she'd worked on for weeks. "Something more dramatic, more Instagram-worthy. People need a reason to post about visiting." "The work speaks for itself," Beverly argued. "Elena Mercer is one of the most respected sculptors in the Southwest. We don't need gimmicks." Grayson's expression cooled slightly. "Respect doesn't pay the bills, Beverly. Social media presence does. Trust me on this. I've been in business a lot longer than you have." It was a subtle reminder of their power dynamic. He was the experienced success, she, the novice he'd elevated. Beverly found herself yielding, as she increasingly did when they disagreed. After all, the gallery was ultimately his business, his investment, and he did know the world of wealth and privilege better than she did, having inhabited it much longer. Yet even as Beverly noticed these small moments of discomfort, the benefits of her new life far outweighed any concerns. Grayson was generous to a fault, constantly surprising her with gifts, jewelry, clothes, weekend getaways to luxury resorts. When she mentioned missing her college trip to Paris, he immediately arranged a 2-week European vacation, complete with 5-star accommodations and private tours of museums usually closed to the public. "You should have seen the Picasso collection," Beverly gushed to her new friend Elise, the wife of one of Grayson's business associates, upon their return. "The curator let us view pieces that aren't even on display." "That's Grayson," Elise said with a knowing smile. "He always gets access to the impossible. You're lucky to have him." Lucky. Beverly heard that word often from the women in Grayson's circle, the wives and girlfriends of wealthy men, all beautiful, all perfectly maintained, all subtly competing for status within their rarefied world. Lucky to have been chosen. Lucky to be elevated from her former ordinary life. Lucky that a man like Grayson Coleman had noticed her. The implication was clear. She should be grateful, should never question her good fortune or the man who had bestowed it upon her. After all, there were countless women who would gladly take her place if she proved unworthy of Grayson's generosity. It was a worldview Beverly found herself absorbing almost unconsciously, the notion that her value was intrinsically tied to her relationship with Grayson, that his selection of her was the primary source of her worth. It wasn't something he stated explicitly, but it permeated the social circle they inhabited, reinforced by comments and attitudes from his friends and business associates. "Grayson tells me you used to work at that little gallery downtown," one of his investors said to her at a dinner party, his tone suggesting he was discussing a quaint hobby rather than a profession. "How lovely that he's given you a chance to play with the big kids now." Beverly had smiled tightly, swallowing her irritation. "Yes, the Coleman Gallery is quite a step up," she'd replied, the expected answer from a grateful girlfriend. Later, she'd mentioned the conversation to Grayson, expecting him to share her annoyance at the condescension. Instead, he'd chuckled. "Richard's from the old school," he'd said dismissively. "Don't take it personally. Besides, he's not entirely wrong. The opportunities I've provided have accelerated your career by at least a decade. That's something to be proud of." It was true, of course. Without Grayson, Beverly would still be an assistant director at Luminous, still living in a modest apartment with Jaden, still dreaming of someday having her own gallery. She had achieved in months what might otherwise have taken years, if it had happened at all. So why did comments like Richard's still sting? Why did she sometimes wake in the night, in Grayson's luxurious bed, feeling vaguely unsettled? Why did she occasionally find herself missing the simplicity of her former life, the authenticity of relationships not mediated by wealth and status? Beverly pushed these thoughts aside whenever they arose. She had made her choice. She had sacrificed her marriage, her former friendships, her independent identity for this new life. To question it now was to question everything she'd become. Instead, she channeled her energy into documenting her transformation. Beverly's Instagram account, once a modest collection of art exhibition photos and occasional selfies, became a carefully curated showcase of her elevated lifestyle. Photos of gallery openings where she posed with celebrities and renowned artists, glimpses of exotic destinations, Cabo San Lucas, Hawaii, the Amalfi Coast, where she and Grayson vacationed, artfully arranged flat lays of designer accessories and beauty products, sunset cocktails on the terrace of Grayson's mansion, the Pacific Ocean stretching to the horizon. Each post garnered hundreds, sometimes thousands of likes, many from people she'd never met, followers attracted by the glamour and luxury she now projected. Former acquaintances from her previous life commented with admiring emojis and envious compliments. Even some of her college friends who had initially achieved the wealthy lifestyle she'd coveted now seemed impressed by her rapid ascent. Beverly found herself checking obsessively for likes and comments, particularly from certain people. Amanda, whose infinity pool had once made her seethe with envy, Melissa, whose European vacations had sparked her discontent, and occasionally, shamefully, mutual friends who might reveal whether Jaden had seen her posts, what he thought of her transformation. Not that Jaden was on social media much. He'd always been a reluctant participant in the digital performance of life, posting only occasionally and rarely sharing personal updates. Still, Beverly sometimes found herself searching for his name, wondering if he'd changed his relationship status, if there were new women appearing in his photos. From the little she could glean, and from occasional, carefully casual inquiries to mutual acquaintances, Jaden seemed to be focusing on his career. He'd gotten the promotion to senior accountant, as expected when Thomas retired. He'd moved out of their apartment into a smaller place closer to downtown. He'd adopted a dog from the shelter, a mixed breed with one blue eye and one brown, according to Tara, a former neighbor Beverly still exchanged pleasantries with via text. There were no signs of dating, no new relationship status, no women appearing in the few photos friends tagged him in. Beverly told herself she was glad, not because she wanted him to pine for her, but because it meant he was taking time to heal, to rediscover himself as she had done. In truth, she rarely thought about Jaden anymore, at least not consciously. Her days were too full, her new life too consuming to dwell on the past. If sometimes in quiet moments before sleep, his face appeared in her mind, his kind eyes, his genuine smile, the way he'd looked at her as if she were the most precious thing in his world, well, that was normal. 7 years of marriage couldn't be erased completely, no matter how luxurious the new life replacing it. 4 months after Beverly had signed the divorce papers, Grayson took her to Cabo San Lucas for a long weekend. They stayed at a private villa overlooking the Sea of Cortez, with a staff of 6 attending to their every need. The first day was spent lounging by their infinity pool, sipping handcrafted margaritas and nibbling on fresh ceviche prepared by their personal chef. On the second evening, Grayson suggested sunset drinks on the beach, followed by dinner at an exclusive restaurant in town. Beverly wore a new white sundress he'd selected for her, Zimmermann with delicate embroidery, and a price tag she still found shocking, despite months of exposure to luxury retail. They walked barefoot along the shore, the warm sand between their toes, the setting sun painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Beverly had to admit it was perfect. The setting, the weather, the handsome man beside her holding a bottle of Dom Perignon and 2 crystal flutes. "I've been thinking," Grayson said as they settled onto a blanket the villa staff had arranged earlier. "About us. About the future." Beverly's heart skipped a beat. They hadn't discussed marriage explicitly, though it had been implied in 100 small ways since that first bracelet he'd given her after the divorce proceedings. Now, with her divorce nearly final, just 2 more months until California law declared her legally single, the possibility seemed suddenly, thrillingly real. "What about the future?" she asked, trying to keep her voice casual as Grayson poured champagne into their glasses. He handed her a flute, his expression serious. "I know we can't make anything official yet, but I want you to know that when the time comes, I intend to make you my wife." Even though she'd suspected this was coming, the words still sent a rush of emotion through Beverly. This was the culmination of everything she'd sacrificed for, the ultimate validation of her choices. "Grayson, Wait," he interrupted, setting down his glass and reaching into his pocket. "I have something for you." He produced a small velvet box, larger than a ring box, to Beverly's slight disappointment. Opening it, he revealed a stunning diamond pendant on a platinum chain. "Until I can give you the ring you deserve," he explained, removing the necklace from its box. "Turn around." Beverly did as instructed, lifting her hair so Grayson could fasten the necklace around her throat. The pendant nestled in the hollow between her collarbones, its weight substantial against her skin. "It's beautiful," she said, turning back to face him. "Thank you." Grayson smiled, satisfied with her reaction. "Just a placeholder. When your divorce is final, we'll make it official. I'm thinking a winter wedding, maybe December at the Hotel del Coronado. White flowers, ice sculptures, the works." He spoke with such certainty, such specificity, that Beverly realized he must have been planning this for some time. The thought was both flattering and slightly unsettling, as if her agreement were a foregone conclusion, her preferences secondary to his vision, but of course she would agree. What woman wouldn't want to marry Grayson Coleman, with his wealth, his looks, his social standing? What woman wouldn't want the security and luxury he offered? "That sounds perfect," she said, pushing away her momentary hesitation. This was what she wanted, what she'd left Jaden for, what she'd rebuilt her entire life around. Grayson kissed her then, a possessive kiss that felt like the sealing of a contract. When he pulled away, his eyes were dark with a satisfaction that went beyond desire. "I knew from the moment I saw you at that rooftop bar," he said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "You were meant for this life, for me." The certainty in his voice was both comforting and vaguely troubling. Had he really known so immediately? Had he recognized something in her that she herself hadn't fully acknowledged? An ambition, a hunger for more than what she had? Or had he simply seen a beautiful woman in a middle-class marriage, ripe for the plucking? Beverly pushed the thought away. It didn't matter how or why Grayson had chosen her. What mattered was that he had, and that choice had transformed her life in ways she'd only dreamed of before. "I'm the luckiest woman alive," she said, the expected response rising automatically to her lips. Grayson's smile widened. "Yes," he agreed, "you are." When Beverly's divorce was finalized in early October, exactly 6 months after the initial filing, as required by California law, Grayson made good on his promise. He proposed formally on Coronado Beach at sunset, going down on one knee in the sand with a ring that made Beverly gasp audibly when he opened the box. The diamond was enormous, at least 5 carats cushion cut, set in platinum with smaller diamonds encircling it. It was exactly the kind of ring Beverly had once envied on the fingers of her wealthier friends, the kind she'd scrolled past on Instagram with a mixture of admiration and resentment. "Beverly Collins," Grayson said, holding the ring poised at the tip of her finger. "Will you marry me?" A small crowd had gathered at a discreet distance, drawn by the romantic tableau, and perhaps recognizing Grayson as a local celebrity. Beverly was acutely aware of their presence, of the phones discreetly recording the moment, of how this would look on social media, the handsome tech mogul proposing to his beautiful girlfriend against the backdrop of a perfect California sunset. "Yes," she said, her voice clear and confident. "Yes, I'll marry you." Grayson slid the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly, of course, and stood to kiss her as the onlookers applauded. A professional photographer Beverly hadn't noticed earlier emerged from behind a nearby dune, capturing the moment in frame-worthy images that would later appear on both their Instagram accounts. The entire scene had been meticulously orchestrated, Beverly realized. The timing, the location, the hidden photographer, all arranged to create the perfect engagement story, the perfect social media moment. Even her outfit had been Grayson's suggestion that morning, a flowing maxi dress in a shade of blush pink that complemented the golden hour light. But wasn't that part of what she loved about Grayson? His attention to detail, his understanding of image and prestige, his ability to create moments that others would envy? The engagement was announced in the society pages of the San Diego Union Tribune the following Sunday, complete with a professional photo and a brief mention of Beverly's role as director of Coleman Gallery. Her social media exploded with congratulations from acquaintances old and new, many expressing amazement at her good fortune in capturing one of San Diego's most eligible bachelors. Even Zoe sent a text, the first communication between them in months. "Congratulations. I hope he makes you happy." The message felt loaded with unspoken judgment, but Beverly replied with a simple "thank you" followed by a ring emoji. She had no interest in reopening that channel of communication, in being reminded of her former life or the people who'd sided with Jaden in the divorce. Grayson wasted no time in launching into wedding preparations. True to his word, he'd secured the Hotel del Coronado for a December ceremony and reception, just 2 months away, a timeline that would have been impossible without his connections and willingness to pay premium prices for expedited services. "I've hired Elise Winters," he told Beverly over breakfast the morning after their engagement. "She's the best wedding planner in Southern California. She's coming over this afternoon to discuss concepts." Beverly looked up from her avocado toast, surprised. "Don't you think we should talk about what we want first before bringing in a planner?" Grayson waved a hand dismissively. "I've given her the broad strokes. Winter Wonderland theme, white and silver color palette, about 200 guests. She'll handle the details." 200 guests? Beverly set down her coffee cup. "Grayson, I don't even know 200 people." "Of course you do," he replied, not looking up from his phone where he was scrolling through emails. "There's the gallery clients, my business associates, our social circle, a few celebrities who owe me favors. Don't worry about the guest list. Elise will review it with us." Beverly felt a flicker of annoyance. This was her wedding too, wasn't it? Shouldn't she have input on who attended, what the theme was, how the whole event would unfold? But then Grayson looked up, his expression softening as he reached across the table to take her hand. "I just want to give you the fairy tale, Beverly. The wedding of your dreams. Something so spectacular that everyone in San Diego will be talking about it for years." Put that way, how could she object? He was only trying to make her happy, to give her everything she'd ever wanted. If his vision of her dream wedding was more elaborate than what she might have chosen herself, well, wasn't that part of the appeal of marrying Grayson Coleman? The ability to do everything at a scale and level of luxury that most people could only imagine. "You're right," she conceded, squeezing his hand. "I'm sure Elise is wonderful. I can't wait to meet her." Elise Winters proved to be exactly what Beverly expected. A razor-sharp woman in her 40s, with impeccable style, a no-nonsense attitude, and a client list that read like a who's who of California elite. She arrived with 3 assistants, each carrying tablets and binders filled with samples and proposals. "Mr. Coleman has shared his vision with me," Elise said, after introductions had been made. "A winter wonderland at the Dell. Very classic, very elegant. 200 guests, seated dinner, 10-piece orchestra followed by a top DJ, custom cocktails, the works." Beverly nodded, trying to match the woman's brisk efficiency. "That sounds lovely. Now, let's talk about your dress." Elise turned the full force of her attention on Beverly. "I've arranged appointments with Oscar de la Renta, Vera Wang, and Monique L'Huillier for next week. They'll bring their collections to you for private viewings." "Here?" Beverly asked, surprised. Elise smiled indulgently. "Of course, Mr. Coleman has arranged everything. The designers are quite excited. It's not every day they dress the future Mrs. Coleman." There it was again, That subtle reminder that Beverly's value derived primarily from her relationship to Grayson, that her own identity was secondary to her role as the future Mrs. Coleman. But wasn't that what she'd wanted? To be elevated by association, to gain access to a world that would otherwise have remained closed to her. She couldn't complain about the very dynamic she'd sought out. The meeting continued for 3 hours, with Elise walking them through every aspect of the wedding in meticulous detail. Or rather, walking Beverly through it. Grayson excused himself after 30 minutes, claiming an important business call, leaving Beverly to make seemingly significant decisions that, she suspected, Elise and Grayson had already largely determined. By the time the wedding planner and her team departed, Beverly felt simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. In just 2 months, she would be Mrs. Grayson Coleman. She would have the wedding she'd once only dreamed about, in a venue she could never have afforded in her previous life. She would officially complete her transformation from Beverly Collins, middle-class gallery assistant, married to an accountant, to Beverly Coleman, wife of one of San Diego's most successful entrepreneurs. That evening, as she and Grayson sipped champagne on the terrace overlooking the Pacific, Beverly found herself thinking about the speed and totality of her life's change. In less than a year, she had completely reinvented herself. New home, new career, new social circle, new future. "Penny for your thoughts," Grayson said, noticing her pensive expression. Beverly smiled, holding up her left hand so the enormous engagement ring caught the light. "Just thinking about how much has changed, how far I've come." "How far we've come," Grayson corrected, reaching over to take her hand. "This is just the beginning, Beverly. Wait until you see what I have planned for us after the wedding." "What do you mean?" His eyes glinted with excitement. "I'm expanding the tech company into Europe. We'll be spending a lot of time in London, Paris, Milan. You can open Coleman Gallery locations in each city if you want. We'll have homes everywhere. Entertain the international elite, build a global brand together." The vision he painted was dazzling. A life of constant travel, luxury and prestige far beyond even what she'd experienced these past months. Beverly felt a surge of gratitude and triumph. She had chosen correctly. She had bet everything on Grayson Coleman, and that bet was about to pay off spectacularly. "I can't wait," she said, meaning it completely. As the engagement announcement circulated and wedding preparations accelerated, Beverly found herself at the center of a whirlwind of activity and attention. Suddenly, she was invited to even more exclusive events, courted by luxury brands offering to collaborate, approached by society journalists seeking interviews about her romance with Grayson. It was intoxicating, this feeling of being sought after, of mattering in a world that had once seemed impossibly remote. Beverly embraced it fully, accepting every invitation, saying yes to every opportunity to increase her visibility and cement her position in San Diego's social hierarchy. Her Instagram following quadrupled after the engagement announcement. The photos of her ring alone generated more likes than anything she'd ever posted. Comments poured in, ranging from genuine congratulations to thinly veiled envy, disguised as compliments. "OMG, that rock is huge. Blessed Cinderella story. From ordinary to extraordinary, so inspiring." Beverly consumed these reactions like oxygen, each notification a small hit of validation, each envious comment confirmation that she'd achieved what so many women desired, but few attained. Even more satisfying were the messages from people who had once been part of her previous life. College classmates, former co-workers, distant relatives, all suddenly eager to reconnect now that she was engaged to Grayson Coleman. Beverly responded selectively, enjoying the power to accept or ignore these overtures from people who had never shown particular interest in her before. She knew it wasn't the most admirable reaction. She knew, somewhere in a quiet corner of her mind, that her enjoyment of others' envy reflected a smallness of spirit she would once have rejected. But she couldn't help it. After years of being the one scrolling through others' perfect lives, with a knot of resentment in her stomach, she was finally on the other side. She was finally the one being envied. As the wedding date approached, Beverly threw herself into preparations with single-minded focus. Every detail had to be perfect. The dress, ultimately a custom Vera Wang creation that cost more than a luxury car. The flowers, white orchids flown in from Thailand. The menu, developed by a celebrity chef. The guest list, which did indeed include several Hollywood actors and at least one internationally famous musician, all connections of Grayson's. When Elise suggested a photo spread in a high-end bridal magazine, Beverly enthusiastically agreed. When Grayson proposed having their engagement photos taken by a photographer who typically shot for Vogue, she didn't question the extravagance. When the cost of the wedding soared past 7 figures, she barely blinked. This was her moment, her coronation as Beverly Coleman, her final ascension from ordinary to extraordinary. Nothing could be too much, too luxurious, too excessive for this transformation. 2 weeks before the wedding, Grayson hosted an engagement party at their mansion, inviting 100 of their closest friends to celebrate. The house was transformed with thousands of white roses, crystal chandeliers hung from a temporary structure on the terrace, and a string quartet played softly as waiters circulated with trays of champagne and canapes. Beverly wore a white Elie cocktail dress that emphasized her now-toned figure, her hair and makeup done by professionals who had arrived hours before the party. She moved through the crowd with practiced ease, accepting congratulations, making introductions, playing the role of hostess with a confidence that felt increasingly natural. Midway through the evening, Grayson clinked a knife against his crystal champagne flute, calling for attention. The room quieted as he beckoned Beverly to join him on the small platform where the quartet had been playing. "I want to thank everyone for coming tonight to celebrate our engagement," he began, his arm around Beverly's waist. "As most of you know, I met this extraordinary woman just over a year ago, and I knew immediately she was special." Murmurs of approval rippled through the crowd. What struck me about Beverly wasn't just her beauty, though that's certainly undeniable. He paused for appreciative laughter. It was her passion for art, her intelligence, her ambition. I recognized in her someone who deserved more than life had given her thus far, someone who belonged in our world. Beverly smiled up at him, though something about his phrasing made her slightly uncomfortable. Had she truly belonged in this world all along, merely waiting to be discovered? Or had she been molded to fit, shaped by Grayson's expectations and resources? "In 2 weeks, Beverly will make me the happiest man alive by becoming my wife," Grayson continued, "and I'd like to offer a toast to my beautiful fiancée, to our future together, and to love that transforms lives." Glasses raised around the room as guests echoed, "To love that transforms lives." Beverly sipped her champagne, her eyes scanning the crowd of well-dressed, successful people who now constituted her social circle. How different from the small group of friends she'd had in her life with Jaden, the casual dinners in modest restaurants, the game nights with homemade snacks, the genuine connections that had nothing to do with status or wealth. For a brief, disorienting moment, Beverly felt a pang of loss for that simpler existence. But then Grayson was guiding her back into the crowd, introducing her to a famous director who was considering a piece from the gallery for his Malibu home, and the feeling passed. This was her life now. This was what she had chosen. This was everything she had ever wanted. And in 2 weeks, it would be official. She would be Mrs. Grayson Coleman, permanently elevated beyond the reach of ordinary concerns, ordinary struggles, ordinary life. As the party wound down and the last guests departed, Beverly kicked off her Louboutin heels and collapsed onto one of the living room sofas, exhausted but elated. It was perfect, she told Grayson, who was pouring himself a nightcap at the bar. Everyone seemed to have a wonderful time. "They did," he agreed, bringing her a glass of water. "You were the perfect hostess. My perfect future wife." There was something possessive in the way he said it, something that emphasized the "my" more than the "perfect." But Beverly was too tired to analyze his tone, too caught up in the triumph of the evening and the anticipation of the wedding to come. "2 more weeks," she said, smiling up at him. "I can hardly believe it." Grayson sat beside her, his expression suddenly serious. "Are you happy, Beverly? Truly happy?" The question caught her off guard. "Of course I am. How could I not be?" He studied her face as if searching for something. "I just want to be sure. I want to know that everything I've given you, everything I've done for you, has made you happy." "It has," she assured him, reaching for his hand. "You've made all my dreams come true." Grayson's expression relaxed into a smile, satisfaction returning to his eyes. "Good, that's what I wanted to hear." Later, lying in bed beside him, Beverly found herself reflecting on his question. Was she truly happy? She had everything she'd ever envied in others: the luxurious home, the prestigious career, the wealthy fiancé, the admiration of others. She had successfully transformed herself from ordinary to extraordinary, from overlooked to envied. If there was sometimes a hollow feeling beneath it all, a sense that something essential had been lost in the transformation, well, that was probably normal. Every choice involved sacrifice. She had sacrificed her marriage to Jaden, her old friendships, perhaps even some part of her authentic self for this new life. But the gains far outweighed the losses. In 2 weeks, she would be Beverly Coleman, and her transformation would be complete. The hollow feeling would fade, she was certain. The nagging sense of something missing would disappear once the wedding made everything official, once there was no turning back. Beverly closed her eyes, picturing herself walking down the aisle at the Hotel del Coronado, hundreds of San Diego's elite watching with admiration and envy as she claimed her place in their world permanently. The image soothed her, pushing away any lingering doubts. She had made the right choice. She had won. And in 2 weeks, the entire world would know it. The beige walls of Dr. Karen Morrison's office had become a familiar sight to Jaden Mitchell over the past few months. Every Thursday at 6 p.m., he settled into the same comfortable armchair across from the therapist's desk, gradually unpacking the ruins of his marriage and attempting to rebuild some semblance of a life from the wreckage. "How was your week?" Dr. Morrison asked, her voice carrying its usual blend of professional detachment and genuine concern. Jaden shifted in his seat, absently fiddling with the sleeve of his dress shirt. He'd come directly from work, his tie now loosened, his laptop bag resting against the chair. "Better, I think," he answered after a thoughtful pause. "I went hiking at Torrey Pines on Saturday. First time I've done that since before." Dr. Morrison nodded encouragingly. "That's significant. That was something you and Beverly used to do together, wasn't it?" "Yeah." Jaden's gaze drifted to the window, where palm trees swayed against the backdrop of a typical perfect San Diego afternoon. "We had this tradition of trying a new trail every month, then grabbing lunch somewhere nearby, usually some hole-in-the-wall place with great food. And how did it feel doing that activity without her?" Jaden considered the question. 6 months ago, when Beverly had first asked for a divorce, he couldn't have imagined doing anything they'd shared without feeling gutted by her absence. But last Saturday, climbing the familiar coastal trails alone, something unexpected had happened. "It felt okay," he said, surprised by his own answer. "Different, but not bad. I noticed things I hadn't before, spent more time watching the pelicans diving into the ocean, took a detour to check out some wildflowers. And afterward, I found this little taco stand I'd never tried. Had the best fish tacos I've eaten in years." A small smile played at the corners of Dr. Morrison's mouth. "That sounds like progress, Jaden. Progress." The word had become a touchstone in these weekly sessions. Progress wasn't about forgetting Beverly or pretending the divorce hadn't shattered him. It was about finding ways to exist in a world that no longer included her, to discover who Jaden Mitchell might be on his own. "I've been thinking about what you said last week," Jaden continued, "about reclaiming old interests. I dug out my camera, the DSLR that's been collecting dust since college, took it with me on the hike. Photography was a passion of yours before you met Beverly, wasn't it?" Jaden nodded. "I was pretty serious about it in college, had dreams of maybe doing nature photography for National Geographic or something equally unrealistic." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Accounting seemed like the safer bet. Do you regret that choice?" "No," Jaden answered honestly. "I'm good at what I do. I find satisfaction in it. But I think somewhere along the way, I forgot that I could be an accountant who also takes photographs. Like, the two couldn't coexist. And now? Now I'm remembering that I'm not just Beverly's ex-husband or a senior accountant at Monroe & Associates. I'm also the guy who once spent an entire weekend trying to photograph a particular species of hawk, who knows how to develop black and white film by hand, who can name every native bird in San Diego County." Jaden felt a flicker of his old self as he spoke, a version of himself that had been buried beneath the comfortable routines of marriage and career. Dr. Morrison leaned forward slightly. "That's exactly what this phase of recovery is about, Jaden. Rediscovering the parts of yourself that got lost. Not just during the divorce, but perhaps during the marriage itself." The observation struck home. Had he lost pieces of himself during his relationship with Beverly? Not because she demanded it, but because it had seemed easier, more convenient to focus on their shared interests, rather than maintaining his individual passions. "I'm also thinking about taking on that special project at work," Jaden added. "The one I mentioned last time. The financial analysis for potential acquisitions. Yeah, My boss thinks I'm the right person to lead it. It would mean longer hours, more responsibility, but also a significant bonus if the recommendations pan out. Jaden hesitated. In the past, I might have turned it down. Beverly and I were always trying to balance work and home life. But now there's no one waiting at home. Dr. Morrison completed his thought gently. Exactly. Might as well pour myself into something productive. Dr. Morrison made a note in her pad. Just be careful that productive doesn't become a substitute for processing your emotions. Work can be healing, but it can also be an escape. Jaden nodded, acknowledging the warning. In the early days after Beverly left, he'd thrown himself into work with an almost manic intensity, staying at the office until midnight, taking on extra clients, volunteering for every available project. It wasn't healing, it was hiding. I'm trying to find the balance, he assured her. The photography helps, so does the dog. Dr. Morrison smiled at the mention of Luna, the one-eyed mixed breed Jaden had adopted from the shelter 2 months earlier. How is she adjusting? She's amazing, Jaden said, genuine warmth filling his voice for the first time in the session. Completely transformed from the nervous wreck I brought home. She's even made friends with the neighbor's cat, which the shelter said would never happen. Animals have a remarkable capacity for resilience, Dr. Morrison observed, not unlike humans. Jaden understood the parallel she was drawing. Like Luna, he'd been wounded, abandoned, left to rebuild trust in a world that suddenly made a lot less sense. And like Luna, he was slowly, cautiously beginning to emerge from that trauma, to find joy in small things, to form new connections, to believe that the future might hold something worth looking forward to. There's something else, Jaden said, hesitating slightly. I saw the announcement in the paper, Beverly's engagement. Dr. Morrison's expression remained neutral, though her eyes sharpened with interest. How did that make you feel? It was the question Jaden had been asking himself since Sunday morning, when he'd spotted the photo in the San Diego Union Tribune, Beverly, radiant in some designer dress he couldn't have afforded in a lifetime, standing beside Grayson Coleman, the man who had apparently replaced him so easily, so completely. Angry at first, he admitted. It's been what? 6 months since she left, and now she's planning a wedding to this tech mogul with the cliff mansion and the private jet. Jaden ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in the gesture. It just confirms what I've suspected all along. There was someone else. She didn't just wake up one day and decide our marriage wasn't working. She had an exit strategy, a replacement lined up. That's a natural conclusion to draw, Dr. Morrison acknowledged. And how do you feel now, beyond the initial anger? Jaden took a deep breath, sad. Not just for me, but for her. The Beverly I knew or thought I knew wasn't fixated on wealth or status. She loved art because it moved her, not because owning the right pieces impressed the right people. Now she's planning some extravagant wedding at the Hotel del Coronado, dripping in diamonds in every photo. He trailed off, shaking his head. It feels like she's become someone else entirely. Or perhaps she's revealing a side of herself that was always there, but hidden from you, Doctor. Morrison suggested gently. The possibility stung, but Jaden couldn't dismiss it. Had he been blind to Beverly's true nature? Had he projected his own values onto her, seeing what he wanted to see rather than who she actually was? Either way, Dr. Morrison continued, the question becomes, how does this information help you move forward? It was the essential question, the one that differentiated wallowing from healing. Jaden considered it carefully. I guess it helps me accept that the marriage is truly over, he said finally. Not just legally, but in every sense. The Beverly who's marrying Grayson Coleman isn't the woman I fell in love with at SDSU. Maybe she never was. Either way, there's no going back. Dr. Morrison nodded approvingly. That's a powerful realization, Jaden. Acceptance doesn't mean approval or understanding. It simply means acknowledging reality as it is, not as we wish it were. As the session wound down, Jaden felt the familiar mix of emotional exhaustion and clarity that typically followed these conversations. Unpacking the past was draining, but each time he did it, the weight seemed slightly more manageable, the future slightly less daunting. Same time next week? Dr. Morrison asked as he gathered his things. Jaden hesitated. Actually, I was thinking of moving to every other week. I feel like I'm in a more stable place now. The therapist smiled. I think that's a reasonable step. You've made significant progress, Jaden. Give yourself credit for that. Outside, the late afternoon sun bathed the streets of downtown San Diego in golden light. Instead of heading straight to his car, Jayden decided to walk for a while, enjoying the perfect fall weather. His apartment, a small one-bedroom in Little Italy that he'd found after moving out of the place he'd shared with Beverly, was only 15 blocks away. As he walked, Jayden composed a mental checklist of the evening ahead. Take Luna for a run along the harbor, review the preliminary data for the acquisition project, maybe experiment with that new pasta recipe he'd found online. Simple activities, mundane even, but they were his choices, his life, one he was slowly rebuilding on his own terms. His phone buzzed with a text message. Glancing down, he saw it was from Nancy Chen, a colleague at Monroe & Associates, who had become something of a friend over the past few months. Still on for lunch tomorrow? Found a new ramen place we should try. Jayden smiled, typing back a quick confirmation. Nancy had started at the firm around the time Beverly left, and unlike most of his co-workers, she had no history with him and Beverly as a couple, no awkward memories to navigate. She was simply a smart, kind woman who seemed to enjoy his company, professionally at first, but increasingly on a personal level as well. Was there something developing between them? Jayden wasn't sure, and he wasn't in any hurry to find out. For now, it was enough to have someone who made him laugh, who challenged him intellectually, who saw him as he was now, rather than as the abandoned husband he'd been 6 months ago. As Jayden turned onto his street, his mind returned briefly to the newspaper announcement, to Beverly and her new life. For the first time, the thought didn't bring a wave of anguish. Instead, he felt something unexpected, a flicker of gratitude, not for the pain or the betrayal, but for the forced awakening that had followed. Without the divorce, would he have rediscovered photography, adopted Luna, taken on the challenging project at work, found friendship with Nancy? Beverly had moved on, replacing him with a wealthier, more prestigious model. But perhaps, in his own quieter way, Jayden was moving on too, not by seeking an upgraded replacement, but by becoming a more complete version of himself. Across town, in the luxurious bridal suite at the Hotel del Coronado, Beverly Collins stood surrounded by fabric swatches, flower samples, and 3 increasingly exasperated wedding planners. "The tablecloths are wrong," she said, holding up a sample of silvery white silk. "This isn't the platinum shimmer I approved, it's too grey." Elise Winters, the lead wedding planner, maintained her professional composure despite what was clearly not her first difficult conversation of the day. "Beverly, I assure you this is exactly the fabric you selected at our last meeting. We even had you sign off on the sample." "Well, it looked different in that lighting," Beverly insisted. "It won't work. The centerpieces will look washed out against this color." Elise exchanged a glance with her assistants, a silent communication that spoke volumes about the challenges of working with a perfectionist bride. "We can revisit the platinum white option, but I should warn you that changing the order this close to the wedding will incur significant rush fees." "Money isn't an issue," Beverly replied automatically. The phrase had become something of a mantra throughout the planning process. "Grayson wants everything to be perfect." The invocation of her fiancé's name worked its usual magic. Elise nodded briskly, making a note on her tablet. "I'll have new samples sent over tomorrow." Now about the welcome bags for out-of-town guests. The meeting continued for another hour, with Beverly finding fault with various details that had previously been approved. The typography on the place cards, the specific shade of white for the floral arrangements, the selection of past hors d'oeuvres for the cocktail hour. By the time the planning team departed, promising to address her concerns immediately, Beverly was exhausted, but satisfied. This wedding would be perfect. It had to be. It wasn't just a celebration of her relationship with Grayson. It was a declaration to the world, to her former friends, to Jayden, to everyone who had ever underestimated her, that she had arrived, that she belonged in this world of wealth and privilege, that she had made the right choice. Beverly moved to the window of the bridal suite, gazing out at the iconic red turrets of the Hotel del Coronado against the backdrop of the Pacific Ocean. The historic beach resort was San Diego's most prestigious wedding venue, hosting celebrity nuptials and society events for generations. In just 10 days, she would walk down the aisle here, becoming Mrs. Grayson Coleman in front of 200 carefully selected guests. Her phone chimed with a text message from Grayson. "How did the meeting go? Everything on track?" Beverly typed back quickly. "Just a few minor adjustments. Nothing Elise can't handle. His response came immediately. Good. Remember, no compromises. This wedding sets the tone for our life together. No compromises. It was Grayson's approach to everything. Business, relationships, life itself. Why settle for good enough when perfection was attainable? Why accept limitations when they could be overcome with sufficient resources? It was one of the things Beverly had found most attractive about him initially, his refusal to accept the ordinary, the mediocre. So different from Jayden, who had been content with their modest apartment, their budget vacations, their gradual progress toward financial stability. Jayden, his name still triggered a complex mix of emotions: guilt, regret, defensiveness, and, increasingly rarely, a dull ache of loss. Beverly pushed thoughts of her ex-husband aside. He had no place in her new life, in her perfect wedding preparations. But as she turned back to the piles of wedding details requiring her attention, Beverly couldn't quite shake the persistent thought that had been nagging at her lately. When had planning this wedding stopped being joyful and started feeling like the most stressful job interview of her life? 3 days before the wedding, Jayden found himself working late at the Monroe & Associates office, surrounded by spreadsheets and financial reports. The acquisition project had expanded significantly in scope, with potential targets increasing from 2 companies to 5. The firm's partners were looking to make a major move in the coming year, and Jayden's analysis would help determine which companies offered the best strategic fit. "You're still here?" Nancy Chen's voice came from the doorway of the conference room Jayden had commandeered for his project. "It's almost 9. Jayden looked up, blinking as his eyes adjusted from the screen to the dimly lit room. Nancy stood leaning against the doorframe, her blazer discarded, the sleeves of her blouse rolled up to reveal slender forearms. Despite the late hour, she looked remarkably fresh, her short black hair still neatly styled, her makeup intact. "I could say the same to you," he replied, stretching his arms overhead to relieve the tension in his shoulders. "What's your excuse?" "Quarter-end reports for the Donovan portfolio." Nancy made a face. "Thrilling stuff, but I'm done now and I'm starving. Want to grab a late dinner? That Italian place on India Street is open until 11. Jayden hesitated, glancing at his laptop screen. He was close to a breakthrough, a pattern in the financial data of one potential acquisition target that suggested the company was significantly undervalued. Just a few more hours of work, and he could present a compelling case to the partners. "I should probably finish this section tonight," he began. Nancy crossed the room, peering over his shoulder at the spreadsheet. "You're looking at Meridian Tech's quarterly reports?" "Yeah, something doesn't add up with their R&D expenditures compared to their patent filings. I think they might be sitting on proprietary technology they haven't disclosed to the market yet." Nancy's eyes widened with interest. "That would explain why their stock has been so resilient despite the sector downturn." She pulled up a chair beside him, suddenly fully engaged. "Show me what you're seeing." For the next hour, they pored over the data together, Nancy's fresh perspective helping Jayden refine his analysis. Her background in technology investments complemented his financial expertise perfectly, and by 10:30, they had constructed a compelling case that Meridian Tech was poised for significant growth in the coming year. "This is impressive work, Jayden," Nancy said, leaning back in her chair. "The partners are going to flip when they see this. Meridian could be a game-changer for the firm." Jayden saved the completed report, feeling the satisfaction of a complex puzzle finally solved. "I couldn't have finished it tonight without your help, especially that insight about their patent attorney's new filings." Nancy shrugged modestly. "I follow tech news obsessively. Occupational hazard." She closed her laptop and stood, stretching. "So, about that dinner? We've definitely earned it now." This time Jayden didn't hesitate. "Absolutely. Let me just text Luna's dog walker to check on her." As they walked the few blocks to the restaurant, the cool December air refreshing after hours in the climate-controlled office, Jayden found himself studying Nancy surreptitiously. At 34, she was 2 years older than him, with an impressive resume that included stints at major financial firms in San Francisco and New York, before she decided to return to her hometown of San Diego. She was beautiful in an understated way, high cheekbones, intelligent brown eyes, a smile that transformed her serious demeanor into something warm and inviting. But more than her appearance, Jayden appreciated her mind, sharp, analytical, yet creative in ways that surprised him regularly. "You're staring," Nancy observed without looking at him, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Jaden felt heat rise to his cheeks. "Sorry, just thinking about the meridian analysis." "Liar," she said good-naturedly, "but I'll let it slide because you bought me coffee yesterday." The easy banter between them was new, a development of the past few weeks as their professional relationship had gradually evolved into friendship, and perhaps something more. Jaden had been cautious, hyper-aware of his still raw divorce, but lately he'd found himself looking forward to their lunches, their impromptu brainstorming sessions, the text exchanges that often continued into the evening. At the restaurant, they settled into a corner table, ordered pasta and a bottle of reasonable Chianti, and continued their conversation, moving from work to films they'd both recently seen, books they'd read, opinions on local politics. It was easy, comfortable, yet stimulating in a way Jaden had almost forgotten conversation could be. "So," Nancy said as they shared a tiramisu for dessert, "the big presentation to the partners is tomorrow." Nervous, Jaden considered the question. "Not really. The data speaks for itself. Either they'll see the opportunity or they won't." "Such confidence," Nancy teased. "What happened to the guy who triple-checked his tax calculations before submitting them?" "He's still here," Jaden admitted with a smile. "But he's learning to trust his expertise." Nancy studied him over the rim of her wine glass. "You've changed since I first met you, you know. When I started at the firm, you were, I don't know, more reserved, like you were trying not to take up too much space." The observation was surprisingly perceptive. In the early days after Beverly left, Jaden had felt diminished, as if her departure had somehow reduced him, made him less visible, less valid, less present in the world. "I was going through some personal stuff when you first started," he acknowledged. "My divorce." Nancy nodded. "I figured it was something like that. Office gossip filled me in eventually, though I tried not to listen." "What exactly did the gossip say?" Jaden asked, curious despite himself. She hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. "Just that your wife had left suddenly, that it had been a shock to everyone who knew you as a couple." Nancy paused, then added quietly, "And more recently that she's marrying someone else, someone wealthy." Jaden nodded, surprised by how little the mention of Beverly's engagement affected him now. "That about sums it up, though it leaves out the part where I adopted a one-eyed dog, rediscovered photography, and found out I'm pretty good at spotting undervalued tech companies." Nancy smiled, visibly relieved by his light tone. "The important parts of the story, clearly." As they walked back toward the office building where they'd both parked, a comfortable silence fell between them. At Nancy's car, she turned to face him, her expression suddenly serious. "I like you, Jaden," she said directly. "And I think you like me too. But I also understand that you're still healing from a significant loss, so I want you to know that I'm not in any rush. We can keep things exactly as they are for as long as you need." The straightforward acknowledgement of the attraction between them caught Jaden off guard, but he appreciated her honesty. It was refreshing after months of people tiptoeing around his divorce, treating him like he might shatter at any mention of relationships or feelings. "I do like you," he confirmed, meeting her gaze. "More than I expected to like anyone again, to be honest. And you're right that I'm still working through some things, but I'd like to see where this goes, if you're willing to be patient." Nancy smiled, the expression transforming her face. "Patience happens to be one of my better qualities. Just ask my former boss, who took 6 months to approve a strategy I'd proposed." Jaden laughed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. There was something liberating about acknowledging his interest in Nancy, about allowing himself to contemplate a future that included new possibilities, new connections. "Would it be okay if I kissed you goodnight?" he asked quietly. In answer, Nancy stepped closer, tilting her face up to his. The kiss was gentle, brief, yet charged with possibility. Not a passionate beginning, so much as a tentative question about what might come next. When they separated, Nancy's smile was soft, her eyes bright in the dim light of the parking garage. "See you tomorrow, Jaden. Good luck with the presentation." As he drove home to his apartment, to Luna waiting eagerly at the door, Jaden felt something he hadn't experienced in months, a sense of anticipation, of looking forward rather than backward. Beverly's upcoming wedding, which had once loomed in his mind as the final nail in the coffin of his old life, now seemed almost irrelevant, a spectacle happening in a world that was no longer his concern. His world was here, in the life he was rebuilding piece by piece, the challenging work that engaged his mind, the dog who greeted him with unconditional love, the rediscovered passions that connected him to his authentic self, and now, perhaps, a relationship with a woman who saw and appreciated him exactly as he was. For the first time since Beverly had asked for a divorce, Jayden fell asleep without a single thought of what he had lost, his mind instead full of possibilities for what he might yet find. The wedding rehearsal at the Hotel del Coronado proceeded with military precision under Elise Winter's direction. Beverly stood at the back of the ballroom, watching as her bridesmaids, mostly wives and girlfriends of Grayson's business associates, women she'd known for less than a year, practiced their processional down the aisle. "Remember, ladies, it's slow, deliberate steps," Elise instructed. "We want to create a sense of anticipation before the bride appears." The women nodded seriously, as if they were being briefed for a covert operation rather than a wedding ceremony. Beverly studied them. Alessandra, Madison, Victoria, and Stephanie, all beautiful in that polished, expensive way that characterized Grayson's social circle, all friendly enough in a surface-level way, but none had become true confidants. Beverly sometimes wondered if any of them had genuine friendships with each other, or if their relationships were simply extensions of their husbands' business connections. "Beverly," Elise's voice pulled her from her thoughts, "we're ready for you to practice your entrance." Taking her position, Beverly prepared to walk down the aisle alone. Her father had declined to attend the wedding, his disapproval of her divorce and rapid remarriage made clear in a painful phone call 2 months earlier. "I can't participate in this, Beverly," he had said, his voice heavy with disappointment. "Not when you've thrown away a perfectly good marriage to a man who loved you, all for what? A bigger house? More expensive vacations?" "It's not like that, Dad," she had protested. "Grayson and I have a connection. He understands me in a way Jayden never did." "Understands your ambition, maybe," her father had replied. "But I wonder if he understands your heart the way Jayden did." The conversation had ended badly, with Beverly accusing her father of being stuck in the past, unable to be happy for her success, and him countering that she had confused success with excess, happiness with status. They hadn't spoken since, and Beverly had told Grayson that her parents were unable to attend due to her father's health issues, a lie he hadn't questioned. Now, as the wedding planner cued the string quartet and Beverly began her practice walk down the aisle, she pushed thoughts of her family aside. This was her moment, her triumph. Nothing would spoil it. Not her father's judgment, not the whispers she sometimes overheard about her convenient transition from Jayden to Grayson, not even the occasional doubt that crept into her own mind in unguarded moments. At the end of the aisle stood Grayson, handsome in a bespoke suit, watching her approach with the satisfied expression of a man who had acquired something valuable. Beside him, his best man, Alexander Wright, whispered something that made Grayson smile, a private joke from which Beverly was excluded. As she reached Grayson's side, he took her hand, his grip just slightly too tight to be comfortable. "Beautiful," he murmured, though his eyes didn't quite meet hers, instead scanning the room as if assessing the overall effect rather than focusing on her. The officiant, a retired judge who was a long-time associate of Grayson's, ran through the ceremony highlights, explaining where they would stand, when they would exchange rings, how they would exit after the pronouncement. Beverly nodded at appropriate intervals, but her mind drifted. Was this how she had imagined her wedding day would feel? In her younger years, she had pictured something more intimate, more personal, perhaps a ceremony on the beach with close friends and family, a celebration focused on love rather than spectacle. When had her dreams shifted from authentic connection to social validation? "Beverly," Grayson's voice, tinged with impatience, pulled her back to the present. "Judge Harrison asked if you have any questions about the ceremony." No questions," she said quickly, forcing a smile. "Everything sounds perfect." The rehearsal concluded, and the wedding party moved to the hotel's oceanfront restaurant for dinner. As they walked, Grayson's hand at the small of her back, Beverly spotted a familiar figure in the hotel lobby. Zoe, her former friend, apparently checking in for a weekend stay. "I need to use the restroom," Beverly told Grayson quickly. "I'll meet you at the restaurant." Before he could respond, she broke away, heading toward Zoe with a mixture of anxiety and determination. They hadn't spoken properly in months, not since their argument over Beverly's decision to leave Jayden. But seeing her here, in the hotel where Beverly would be married in less than 24 hours, felt significant somehow. A connection to her past life that she suddenly, desperately wanted to acknowledge. "Zoe?" Beverly called as she approached. Zoe turned, surprise registering on her face as she recognized Beverly. "Oh, hi." The coolness in her former friend's tone was unmistakable, but Beverly pressed on. "Are you staying here this weekend?" "Just tonight," Zoe replied, her posture stiff. "Girls' weekend with some college friends. We're heading to Valle de Guadalupe tomorrow for wine tasting." "That sounds fun," Beverly said, painfully aware of how awkward the conversation felt. This woman had once been her closest confidant, the person she'd called with every piece of news, every triumph, every disappointment. Now they were exchanging pleasantries like distant acquaintances. "I'm getting married tomorrow, here at the hotel." "I know," Zoe said simply. "Congratulations." The lack of enthusiasm was pointed, but Beverly couldn't bring herself to walk away. Not yet. "Zoe, I know things ended badly between us." "Things didn't end badly, Beverly," Zoe interrupted, her voice low but intense. "You completely transformed into someone I don't recognize, left your husband for a wealthy guy you barely knew, and then cut me off when I dared to question whether you were making the right choice. That's not things ending badly. That's you making choices that I couldn't support." The bluntness of Zoe's assessment hit Beverly like a physical blow. "That's not fair," she protested. "I fell in love with Grayson. It wasn't about his money." Zoe's expression softened slightly, a hint of the old friendship visible in her eyes. "If that's true, then I'm genuinely happy for you. But Bev, you have to understand how it looked from the outside. One minute you're married to Jaden, the next you're living in a mansion with a guy who represents everything Jaden isn't. Wealthy, connected, powerful. People change," Beverly said defensively. "They grow apart. They discover what they truly want." "Sure," Zoe agreed, "but usually not overnight and usually not in a direction that happens to align perfectly with material gain." She sighed, checking her watch. "Look, I should go. My friends are waiting upstairs." As Zoe turned to leave, Beverly reached out, touching her arm. "Is he okay?" The question emerged unbidden, surprising even Beverly herself. "Jaden, I mean." Something flashed in Zoe's eyes, surprise perhaps that Beverly still cared enough to ask. "He's actually doing really well," she said after a moment's hesitation. "Got a big promotion at work, adopted a dog, seems happier than he's been in a long time." The information settled uncomfortably in Beverly's chest. Part of her was genuinely glad that Jaden had recovered from their divorce, was building a new life. But another part, a part she wasn't proud of, had expected, perhaps even wanted, him to remain devastated, to serve as ongoing proof of the magnitude of what she had represented in his life. That's good," Beverly managed. "I'm glad." Zoe studied her face, her expression unreadable. "I hope this wedding brings you everything you're looking for, Beverly. I really do." With that, she turned and walked toward the elevators, leaving Beverly standing alone in the ornate lobby. By the time Beverly joined the rehearsal dinner, the first course had already been served. Grayson shot her an irritated glance as she slipped into the seat beside him. "Where were you?" he asked under his breath. "Alexander was about to give his toast." "I ran into an old friend in the lobby," Beverly explained. "I just wanted to say hello." Grayson's expression darkened slightly. "One of Jaden's friends. Not the best timing, Beverly. Tonight is about us, about our future, not your past." The reprimand stung, but Beverly nodded contritely. "You're right. I'm sorry." Satisfied with her acquiescence, Grayson turned his attention back to the table, raising his glass as Alexander stood to deliver what would surely be a carefully rehearsed speech about the perfect couple, the perfect match, the perfect future awaiting Beverly and Grayson Coleman. As Beverly sipped her champagne, smiling at appropriate moments during Alexander's toast, she couldn't shake the lingering discomfort from her encounter with Zoe. Was her former friend right? Had Beverly's transformation been too sudden, too calculated, too obviously aligned with material advancement? And if so, did it matter? Tomorrow she would become Mrs. Grayson Coleman. She would have the life she had chosen, the status she had coveted, the security she had prioritized over the comfortable but modest existence she'd shared with Jaden. Yet as the evening progressed, as Grayson's associates competed to tell the most flattering stories about him, as the women discussed the exclusive destinations for post-wedding vacations, as the conversation revolved around stock options and property values and private school wait lists, Beverly found herself observing it all with an odd sense of detachment, as if she were watching a play in which she had been cast but hadn't fully learned her lines. Later, As she prepared for bed in the bridal suite, alone as Grayson was observing the tradition of spending the night before the wedding separately, Beverly stood at the window, gazing out at the moonlit ocean. Tomorrow, 200 guests would witness her transformation from Beverly Collins, divorced gallery assistant, to Beverly Coleman, wife of one of San Diego's most successful entrepreneurs. It would be perfect. The flowers, the music, the food, the photographs, every detail had been scrutinized and optimized for maximum impact. The society pages would cover it extensively. Her Instagram would explode with likes and envious comments. Former friends who had sided with Jayden would see what they had lost by dismissing her. So why, on the eve of this triumph, did Beverly feel so strangely hollow? She turned from the window, catching sight of herself in the full-length mirror across the room. The woman reflected back was objectively beautiful, toned from regular sessions with Grayson's personal trainer, styled by professionals, dressed in silk pajamas that cost more than her weekly salary at the gallery had been. Everything about her appearance had been optimized, perfected, upgraded. But as Beverly stared at her reflection, a troubling question surfaced. Who was this woman, really? Was she still Beverly Collins, the passionate art history major who had fallen in love with Jayden Mitchell at San Diego State? Or had she become someone else entirely? A creation designed to fit seamlessly into Grayson Coleman's world. She turned away from the mirror, unable to face the question or its potential answers. Tomorrow was her wedding day. Doubts were natural, expected even. Pre-wedding jitters, nothing more. By this time tomorrow she would be Mrs. Grayson Coleman, and any lingering uncertainty would be forgotten in the triumph of her new life. Beverly slipped into the king-sized bed, pulling the luxurious Egyptian cotton sheets around her. Despite the comfort of the mattress, sleep eluded her. Her mind kept returning to the conversation with Zoe, to the revelation that Jayden was doing well without her, to the subtle but persistent feeling that something about her perfect wedding, her perfect fiancé, her perfect life, wasn't quite as perfect as it appeared. She thought back to the meeting with the wedding planner earlier that day, when she'd obsessed over the exact shade of white for the tablecloths. Had she really cared that much about linens? Or had she been performing the role of demanding bride, the woman who accepted nothing less than perfection because she had been chosen by Grayson Coleman? And what about Grayson himself? Beverly tried to recall moments of genuine connection between them, conversations that went deeper than social events or gallery business, times when he had truly seen her as a person rather than an acquisition. There had been some, especially early on, but lately their interactions had taken on a transactional quality. She performed the role of the perfect fiancé, and he rewarded her with luxury, status, and approval. Even their physical relationship had changed. What had once been passionate, charged with the excitement of forbidden attraction, had become routine, almost clinical. Grayson approached sex the way he approached everything, efficiently, with a focus on measurable results rather than emotional connection. Beverly rolled onto her side, pulling a pillow against her chest, as if it could fill the hollow feeling spreading through her. These thoughts were unfair, ungrateful. Grayson had given her everything she'd wanted: the gallery position, the beautiful home, the social status, the financial security. If their relationship lacked some of the warmth she'd shared with Jayden, wasn't that a reasonable trade-off for all she had gained? Her phone chimed with a text message. Beverly reached for it, expecting a last-minute wedding detail from Elise or perhaps a goodnight message from Grayson. Instead, it was from a number she didn't recognize. Heard you're getting married tomorrow. Wishing you all the happiness you deserve. Jayden Beverly stared at the message, her heart racing. How had Jayden gotten her new number? Why was he contacting her now after months of silence? And most disturbingly, what did he mean by the happiness you deserve? Was it a genuine wish for her well-being or something more pointed, a subtle suggestion that what she deserved might not be happiness at all? She nearly replied, fingers hovering over the keyboard, but stopped herself. What could she possibly say? Thank you? I'm sorry? I hope you're well too? None seemed adequate, and all risked opening a conversation she wasn't prepared to have. Not tonight. Not when her carefully constructed new identity felt suddenly so fragile. In the end, Beverly set the phone aside without responding. Tomorrow she would become Beverly Coleman. The past, including Jayden Mitchell, would be firmly closed, the future with Grayson securely established. Whatever doubts plagued her tonight would fade in the light of day, in the spectacle of her perfect wedding. But as she drifted finally towards sleep, Beverly couldn't escape the nagging feeling that she was rushing headlong towards something irreversible without fully understanding what she was leaving behind, or what truly awaited her at the altar tomorrow. Jayden stared at his phone, the text message to Beverly still visible on the screen. He hadn't planned to contact her, hadn't even had her new number until Nancy had mentioned casually that it was in the firm's client database. Beverly's gallery had apparently done some business with Monroe and Associates recently. The impulse to reach out had struck him suddenly, powerfully, as he'd walked Luna along the harbor after dinner. Not because he still harbored feelings for Beverly, but because sending the message felt like closing a chapter, like granting himself permission to fully embrace the new life he was building. Was that a good idea? He asked Luna, who tilted her head quizzically, her one good eye fixed on his face with canine concern. Jayden scratched behind her ears, smiling as she leaned into his touch. Probably not. But it's done now. His phone buzzed with a text, not from Beverly but from Nancy. Just wanted to say again how amazing you were in the presentation today. The partners couldn't stop talking about you at the holiday party. Great things ahead for Jayden Mitchell. The message warmed him more than he would have expected. Nancy had attended the partners' holiday gathering as Jayden's unofficial date, though they'd both been careful to maintain professional distance at the work event. Still, several colleagues had noticed the chemistry between them, offering knowing smiles when they appeared together at the appetizer table or refilled their drinks at the same time. Jayden typed back, "Couldn't have done it without your insight on the tech patents. Team effort." Nancy's response came quickly, always the humble one. "Accept the win, Mitchell. BTW, still on for hiking Torrey Pines on Sunday?" "Absolutely." "Luna's already excited about it," he replied, adding a dog emoji. As he set his phone aside and prepared for bed, Jayden was struck by how different his life looked now compared to just 6 months earlier. The promotion he'd received after the successful Meridian tech analysis had come with a substantial raise, allowing him to consider buying a small condo rather than continuing to rent. His rediscovered passion for photography had led to a small exhibition at a local coffee shop, where he'd actually sold 3 prints. And his cautious but deepening relationship with Nancy brought a new kind of joy to his days, a connection based on mutual respect and genuine compatibility, rather than the increasingly desperate attempt to recapture what he and Beverly had once shared. Tomorrow, Beverly would marry Grayson Coleman in what would undoubtedly be an extravagant ceremony at one of San Diego's most prestigious venues. Once, the thought would have devastated him. Now it felt almost irrelevant to his life, a footnote rather than a headline. Whatever Beverly was seeking in her new relationship, Jayden hoped sincerely that she would find it. Not because he still loved her, that particular pain had finally subsided, but because he had come to understand that her departure, however painful, had ultimately freed them both to become more authentic versions of themselves. As he drifted towards sleep, Jayden's mind filled not with lingering resentment or regret, but with plans for the weekend ahead. The hike with Nancy and Luna, the new photography location he'd scouted near Del Mar, the dinner he'd promised to cook at his apartment afterward. Small pleasures, simple joys, authentic experiences, the building blocks of a life reconstructed according to his own design, rather than someone else's expectations. For the first time since Beverly had asked for a divorce, Jayden fell asleep feeling not just at peace with his past, but genuinely excited about his future. A future defined not by what he had lost, but by what he had found within himself along the way. The morning of her wedding day dawned clear and perfect, as if San Diego itself had conspired to provide the ideal backdrop for Beverly's transformation into Mrs. Grayson Coleman. From the window of her bridal suite, she could see hotel staff arranging chairs on the oceanfront lawn, where the ceremony would take place, florists directing the installation of elaborate white floral arrangements, photographers testing light angles for optimal results. It should have been exciting, exhilarating even. Instead, Beverly felt oddly numb as she sipped her morning coffee, watching the preparations with a detachment that alarmed her. Was this normal? Was every bride secretly terrified on her wedding morning, questioning the life-altering commitment she was about to make? A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Hair and makeup are here," called Elise from the hallway. Beverly opened the door to a flurry of activity as the glam team arrived, setting up their stations with professional efficiency. Soon the bridesmaids appeared as well, already sipping mimosas despite the early hour, exclaiming over the luxury of the suite and the perfection of the weather. "You're so lucky," Madison gushed, examining the Vera Wang gown hanging in its protective cover. "This wedding is going to be absolutely epic." "Grayson really went all out," agreed Victoria, scrolling through her phone. "Alex says they've already got press waiting outside the hotel. This is definitely going to make the society pages." Beverly smiled and nodded, playing her part as the excited bride while the hairstylist began working on her carefully highlighted locks. Inside, however, that strange numbness persisted, a disconnect between the external spectacle unfolding around her and her internal emotional state. As the morning progressed in a blur of beauty treatments, champagne toasts and photographer-documented candid moments, Beverly found herself increasingly performing rather than experiencing her own wedding day. Smile here, pose there, express delight at the bridesmaids' gifts, gasp appropriately when the makeup artist revealed the final look. "It's time to get into the dress," Elise announced eventually, her clipboard ever present, her timeline precisely calculated to ensure Beverly would be ready exactly when needed, not a minute early or late. The process of donning the custom Vera Wang gown required 3 assistants, its intricate beading and elaborate train, demanding careful handling. When Beverly finally stood fully dressed before the mirror, the women in the room gasped collectively. "You look like a princess," breathed Stephanie, her eyes wide with genuine admiration. "Grayson is going to die when he sees you," Madison added, already documenting the moment for her Instagram story. Beverly stared at her reflection, barely recognizing the woman who gazed back. The dress was undeniably spectacular, a masterpiece of design that emphasized her slim waist, the crystal beading catching the light with every slight movement. Her hair had been styled in an elegant updo, her makeup applied with precision to enhance her features while maintaining a semblance of natural beauty. Around her neck hung the diamond pendant Grayson had given her in Cabo, matching earrings adorning her ears. She looked objectively perfect, exactly the bride Grayson Coleman deserved, flawless, expensive, camera-ready. Yet as Beverly studied herself in the mirror, a troubling thought surfaced. If she looked nothing like herself, was it because she had become someone else entirely? Had she erased Beverly Collins so completely that only this carefully constructed facade remained? "Are you okay?" Elise appeared at her side, noticing her expression. "You look a little pale." "Just nervous," Beverly replied automatically, pre-wedding jitters. Elise nodded, understanding but also slightly impatient. "Completely normal, but we need to head downstairs in 15 minutes. The photographers want some portraits on the grand staircase before the ceremony." Beverly turned from the mirror, accepting a glass of champagne from Madison, forcing herself to play the role expected of her. "Of course, I'm ready." But as the bridal party gathered their bouquets and prepared to depart the suite, Beverly's phone chimed with a text message. Glancing at it quickly, she felt her heart skip a beat. It was from Grayson. "Make sure you're perfect today. Everyone who matters in San Diego will be watching. Not I love you, not can't wait to see you, not I'm the luckiest man alive. Just a reminder of the performance expected, the standards to be maintained, the audience to be impressed." For the first time, Beverly allowed herself to acknowledge the truth that had been lurking beneath her consciousness for months. Grayson didn't love her. Not really. Not in the way Jaden had. He appreciated her beauty, her social adaptability, her willingness to be molded into the perfect accessory for his lifestyle. But love? The kind that saw her flaws and embraced them, that supported her dreams because they were hers rather than because they aligned with his image? That wasn't what Grayson offered. "Beverly?" Elise's voice, tinged with impatience. "It's time." Taking a deep breath, Beverly tucked her phone away and moved toward the door, toward the grand staircase where photographers waited, toward the ceremony that would transform her irrevocably into Mrs. Grayson Coleman. Whatever doubts troubled her, whatever realizations threatened her carefully constructed narrative, they would have to wait. She had made her choice. She had pursued this life with single-minded determination, sacrificing her marriage, her friendships, perhaps even her authentic self in the process. To question it now, with 200 guests assembled and tens of thousands of dollars spent, seemed impossible. As she descended the grand staircase of the Hotel del Coronado, cameras flashing to capture her perfect dress, her perfect hair, her perfect smile, Beverly pushed her misgivings aside and embraced the role she had chosen. The beautiful bride marrying into wealth and prestige, the woman who had successfully elevated herself from ordinary to extraordinary. The doubts would fade, she told herself. The hollow feeling would pass. And if sometimes, in quiet moments, she found herself missing the simple, authentic connection she'd once shared with Jaden, well, that was a small price to pay for the life she'd chosen, wasn't it? With one final adjustment to her train, Beverly prepared to walk down the aisle to meet Grayson, to complete her transformation, to claim the future she had sacrificed so much to secure. Little did she know that the universe, and Grayson Coleman himself, had other plans entirely. The Hotel del Coronado's oceanfront lawn had been transformed into a winter wonderland, despite the perfect 72-degree December day in San Diego. White roses and crystal-encrusted branches created a glittering tunnel through which Beverly would soon walk. 200 white chairs, arranged in perfect symmetry, awaited the carefully curated guest list. San Diego's business elite, art world luminaries, and a smattering of minor celebrities whose presence would ensure the wedding received appropriate media coverage. From a private room adjacent to the ceremony space, Grayson Coleman observed the final preparations with unusual detachment. Normally meticulous about every detail, today he seemed strangely unconcerned as the wedding planner rushed about, directing staff and making last-minute adjustments. "You seem calm," remarked Alexander Wright, adjusting his cufflinks as he joined his friend at the window. "Most grooms are a bundle of nerves by now." A thin smile played across Grayson's lips. "Why would I be nervous? Everything is proceeding exactly according to plan." Something in his tone made Alexander study him more closely. "You know, it's not too late to reconsider this whole thing." Grayson turned to face his longtime business partner and friend, his expression unreadable. "Reconsider what? The wedding? Or what comes after?" "Both," Alexander replied cautiously. "I know you think she deserves this, but she absolutely deserves this," Grayson interrupted, his voice suddenly hard. "Every last moment of what's about to happen." Alexander sighed, clearly uncomfortable. "I've never questioned your business decisions, Grayson. You know that, but this is different. Personal in a way that makes me uneasy." "Personal?" Grayson laughed, the sound devoid of humor. "This isn't personal, Alex. It's justice. It's consequence. It's watching someone who thought they could take whatever they wanted, regardless of who they hurt, finally face the music." He straightened his bow tie, checking his reflection in a nearby mirror. "Besides, it's too late to change course now. The pieces are all in place." Before Alexander could respond, there was a knock at the door. The wedding planner entered, tablet in hand, professional smile firmly in place, despite the clear stress in her eyes. "Mr. Coleman, we're ready to begin seating guests. You and Mr. Wright should take your positions in about 15 minutes. Grayson nodded, dismissing her with a wave. When she'd gone, he turned back to Alexander. "All business now. You have everything prepared for afterward." Alexander nodded reluctantly. "The accounts have been frozen as instructed. The gallery lease termination paperwork is ready. The locksmith changed the codes at the house this morning while she was here at the hotel." "Excellent." Grayson adjusted his cufflinks, platinum with tiny diamonds, matching the wedding band that would never make it onto Beverly's finger. "And our special guests arrived 10 minutes ago. They're being seated now toward the back as you specified. She won't see them until it's too late." A genuine smile spread across Grayson's face. "Perfect. Now, let's go get married. Or not." The hallway outside the bridal suite was chaos. Photographers, videographers, hotel staff, and wedding planners coordinating the precise timing of Beverly's grand entrance. Inside, a relative calm had descended as the bridesmaids departed for the ceremony, leaving Beverly alone with Elise for the final adjustments to her veil and train. "The guests are all seated," Elise reported, checking her tablet. "Grayson and Alexander are in position. We're right on schedule." Beverly nodded, her stomach churning with a mixture of anticipation and that persistent, troubling doubt she couldn't seem to shake. Through the window she could see the assembled guests, women in designer dresses and statement hats, men in bespoke suits, all representing the world she had so desperately wanted to join. As Elise fussed with the arrangement of her train, Beverly's mind drifted to the journey that had brought her to this moment. Not the fairy tale version she'd constructed for public consumption, but the real story, with all its complications and compromises. She thought of that first evening at Altitude Sky Lounge, when Grayson had appeared with his bottle of Dom Perignon and his penetrating gaze. Had she been targeted even then, selected for some purpose she didn't understand, or had their meeting truly been the chance encounter she'd believed? She remembered the yacht trip to Catalina, how careful Grayson had been to respect her boundaries, while simultaneously making it clear what he offered. A life of luxury and privilege, if only she would leave Jaden behind. The calculated patience he'd shown, building her trust, while whittling away at her marriage, her principles, her sense of self. The New York trip that had marked the official beginning of their affair, how triumphant she'd felt in that moment, how certain that she was claiming the life she deserved rather than betraying the man who loved her. The divorce proceedings, where she'd walked away from 7 years of marriage without a backward glance, eager to begin her new life as Grayson Coleman's chosen one. The transformation that followed, physical, social, professional, each change designed to distance her further from Beverly Collins and create instead a woman worthy of standing beside one of San Diego's most eligible bachelors. And finally, the proposal and wedding planning, the increasing focus on presentation over substance, the gradual realization that what Grayson valued most was not her heart or mind, but her willingness to play a role in his carefully curated life. "It's time," Elise announced, breaking into Beverly's reflections. "Are you ready?" Was she ready? Not just for the ceremony, but for the life that would follow, a life where she would forever be Mrs. Grayson Coleman, forever defined by her relationship to him rather than by her own identity or accomplishments. But it was too late for such questions. 200 guests waited. Tens of thousands of dollars had been spent. Countless hours had gone into creating this perfect moment, this culmination of her social ascension. "I'm ready," Beverly said, accepting the bouquet of white orchids Elise handed her. With a final adjustment to her veil, Beverly followed the wedding planner into the hallway, where the photographers immediately began capturing her journey toward the ceremony. The grand staircase of the Hotel del Coronado had been decorated with cascading white roses and crystal strands, creating a backdrop worthy of a royal wedding. Beverly descended slowly, careful of her train, conscious of the cameras documenting every moment. In the lobby, curious hotel guests paused to watch, smartphones raised to capture the spectacle of a society bride in her designer gown. Beverly smiled, playing her part perfectly, though inside the hollow feeling had expanded, threatening to consume her from within. Outside, the string quartet began playing Pachelbel's canon, signaling the start of the processional. Beverly waited at the entrance to the ceremony space as her bridesmaids walked ahead, each perfectly spaced, each performing the role assigned to them with practiced precision. And then it was her turn. As the music swelled into Wagner's bridal chorus, Beverly took her first step onto the white carpet that would lead her to Grayson, to her new life, to the culmination of everything she had sacrificed so much to achieve. The walk seemed endless. 200 faces turned to watch her approach, expressions ranging from admiration to envy to calculation. Beverly recognized tech executives, real estate developers, art collectors, museum directors, the power players of San Diego society, all assembled to witness her official entry into their world. But as she neared the front rows, Beverly noticed several unexpected faces that made her heart stutter in her chest. Zoe was there, though Beverly hadn't sent her an invitation. Beside her sat Kylie from Jaden's office, and next to her Thomas, the recently retired senior accountant whose position Jaden had filled. What were they doing here? Had Grayson invited them without telling her? Was this some sort of gesture toward her past life? Before she could process these unexpected guests, Beverly's gaze landed on another familiar face that caused her steps to falter momentarily. In the third row, watching her with an unreadable expression, sat Mr. Donovan, the managing partner at Monroe & Associates, Jaden's boss. Why would Grayson have invited Jaden's employer to their wedding? It made no sense unless... A chill ran through Beverly as she continued her procession, her mind racing. The connection she'd never made suddenly crystallized. Monroe & Associates handled financial matters for numerous San Diego businesses. Could Grayson Coleman Tech Ventures be among their clients? The thought was still forming when Beverly reached the altar, where Grayson waited, unnervingly calm, a strange light in his eyes that she had never seen before. As she took her place beside him, he smiled. Not the warm expression of a man overjoyed to be marrying the woman he loved, but something colder, more calculated. "You look perfect," he whispered, though the words felt more like assessment than compliment. The officiant began the ceremony, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to witness the union of Grayson Thomas Coleman and Beverly Ann Collins in holy matrimony. As the familiar words washed over her, Beverly tried to focus, to be present in this moment she had worked so hard to create, but her attention kept drifting to the unexpected guests, to Grayson's unusual demeanor, to the persistent feeling that something wasn't right. The officiant continued, reaching the portion of the ceremony Beverly had heard countless times in rehearsal. If anyone can show just cause why this couple cannot lawfully be joined together in matrimony, let them speak now or forever hold their peace. The traditional pause followed, a formality, nothing more. No one ever actually objected at weddings outside of movies and television shows. But then Grayson raised his hand, a deliberate gesture that silenced the officiant mid-breath. "Actually," Grayson said, his voice clear and carrying across the stunned audience, "before we proceed, there's something I think Beverly needs to know." Beverly's heart seemed to stop, her bouquet suddenly heavy in her trembling hands. This wasn't part of the ceremony, this wasn't planned, this wasn't happening. "Grayson," she whispered, confusion and fear evident in her voice. "What are you doing?" But Grayson wasn't looking at her. His attention was focused on the assembled guests, his expression that of a performer about to deliver the climactic moment of a long-anticipated show. "Beverly," he said, his voice amplified by the microphone the officiant wore, picking up every word with perfect clarity. "Did you really think I would marry you without knowing exactly who you are and what you've done?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Beverly felt her face flush, her pulse racing, her mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. "I don't understand," she managed, her voice small and uncertain. Grayson turned to her then, his expression hardening. "Let me make it clearer. I've known from the beginning, Beverly. Known that you were married when we met. Known that you abandoned a good man for the promise of wealth and status. Known that every step of your relationship with me was calculated to improve your social and financial position." The murmurs grew louder as guests leaned toward each other, shock and scandalized delight evident on many faces. Beverly felt the ground tilting beneath her, the perfect day dissolving into a nightmare she couldn't comprehend. "That's not true," she protested weakly. "I fell in love with you. I left Jaden because our marriage wasn't working." "No," Grayson corrected, his voice cold. "You left Jaden because I offered you everything he couldn't. Money, status, luxury. You traded a man who truly loved you for the lifestyle I dangled in front of you, and you did it without a second thought, without a backward glance." Beverly's eyes darted to the audience, searching for a sympathetic face, finding instead avid interest, shocked surprise, and in some cases, barely concealed satisfaction at witnessing such public humiliation. The cameras that had been documenting her perfect day continued to roll, capturing every excruciating moment of her unraveling. "Why are you doing this?" she whispered, tears beginning to form, despite her desperate attempt to maintain composure. "If you knew all along, why go through with everything? The engagement, the gallery, this wedding?" Grayson smiled, a cold expression that transformed his handsome face into something almost predatory. "To teach you a lesson, Beverly. To show you and everyone else what happens when you choose greed over loyalty, materialism over love." He turned back to the audience, assuming the role of narrator in Beverly's public disgrace. "Many of you don't know that before Beverly became my fiancée, she was Mrs. Jaden Mitchell, married for 7 years to a hard-working accountant at Monroe and Associates, a man who loved her, supported her, built a life with her." More murmurs, more shocked expressions. Beverly felt herself shrinking, diminishing under the weight of 200 judging gazes. "What you also don't know," Grayson continued, "is that Monroe and Associates handles all financial matters for Coleman Tech Ventures. Jaden Mitchell has been integral to my company's tax strategy for years, though we never met personally. I knew of him, knew of his integrity and his skill." Beverly's mind raced, trying to process this revelation. Grayson had been connected to Jaden all along, had known who she was before they ever met. "I first saw Beverly in a company photograph on Jaden's desk during a virtual meeting," Grayson explained, now fully committed to exposing the elaborate deception. "Later, I noticed her at Altitude Sky Lounge with her friend, recognized her immediately as the wife of the accountant whose work I'd admired. I was curious. What kind of woman was married to such a principled, dedicated professional? The pieces were falling into place with horrifying clarity. Their meeting hadn't been chance at all. The champagne, the art talk, the charity invitation, all calculated steps in a plan Beverly hadn't recognized until this moment. "So I decided to find out," Grayson continued. "I approached her, introduced myself, tested a theory. Would she be loyal to her husband? Or would she be seduced by wealth and status? Would she choose love or money?" Beverly's legs threatened to give way beneath her. The bouquet slipped from her fingers, white orchids scattering across the perfectly manicured grass. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some terrible dream from which she would soon awake. "And what did Beverly choose?" Grayson asked rhetorically, his voice hardening. "She chose money. She chose status. She chose to betray a good man who loved her because I offered a bigger house, more expensive clothes, a more prestigious life." He turned to Beverly, contempt evident in his expression. "You never loved me, Beverly. You loved what I could give you. You loved the gallery director title, the designer wardrobe, the mansion in La Jolla. You loved the envy in people's eyes when you walked into a room on my arm. But me? I was just the vehicle for your ambition." Beverly found her voice at last, anger cutting through her shock and humiliation. "That's not fair. You pursued me. You seduced me. You offered me everything I'd ever wanted and acted like it came with no strings attached." "I offered you a choice," Grayson corrected. "You made it, and now you get to live with the consequences of that choice." He stepped back from her, creating physical distance that symbolized the final severing of their connection. "There will be no wedding today. There will be no Mrs. Grayson Coleman. The gallery lease has been terminated. Your access to my home has been revoked. The credit cards in your purse have been cancelled. Everything you thought you had gained through your calculated betrayal of Jaden Mitchell is gone." The audience had fallen completely silent now, 200 witnesses to Beverly's complete undoing. She spotted Zoe in the crowd, her expression a complex mixture of horror and vindication. Beside her, Kylie and Thomas watched with wide eyes, while Mr. Donovan's face remained stoically neutral. "You can't do this," Beverly said, her voice breaking. "You can't just—" "I can do whatever I want," Grayson interrupted coldly. "That's the power you were so attracted to, isn't it? The power to make things happen, to open doors, to create opportunities. Well, now you're experiencing the other side of that power, the ability to close doors just as quickly as they opened." He turned to the assembled guests, assuming once more the role of host. "I apologize for the unconventional entertainment today. To make up for the lack of a wedding, I've arranged for a rather excellent lunch to be served on the hotel terrace. Please join me there, minus the bride, of course, to celebrate a narrow escape from a marriage based on deception and materialism." With that final devastating blow, Grayson stepped away from the altar, followed by Alexander and the groomsmen, leaving Beverly standing alone in her $50,000 wedding gown, surrounded by scattered orchids, facing 200 guests whose expressions ranged from shock to pity to poorly concealed fascination at witnessing such a spectacular fall from grace. For a moment, Beverly stood frozen, unable to process the magnitude of what had just happened. Then, as the reality began to sink in, as the whispers started to crescendo around her, as the photographers continued capturing her humiliation for posterity, she did the only thing she could do. She ran. Gathering her elaborate train in trembling hands, Beverly fled back down the aisle, past the rows of guests who now openly stared and whispered, past the wedding planner whose carefully orchestrated timeline had been shattered beyond repair, past the hotel staff who averted their eyes in second-hand embarrassment. She didn't stop running until she reached the bridal suite, slamming the door behind her and collapsing onto the nearest chair, her breath coming in gasping sobs, her mind reeling from the public execution of her carefully constructed new identity. It had all been a lie. Every moment, every gift, every opportunity, all part of an elaborate scheme to teach her a lesson, to punish her for choosing wealth over loyalty, ambition over love. Grayson had never loved her. He had never even wanted her. He had simply used her own worst instincts against her, creating a trap so perfect, she had walked into it willingly, eagerly even. A knock at the door interrupted her spiraling thoughts. "Beverly." It was Elise, the wedding planner, her voice carefully professional despite the unprecedented disaster she'd just witnessed. "May I come in?" Without waiting for a response, Elise entered, her expression composed though her eyes betrayed the strain of managing this catastrophic turn of events. "I've asked hotel security to keep the press at bay," There's a service elevator we can use to get you out of the hotel without having to pass through the lobby. Beverly looked up, mascara streaking down her cheeks, her perfect bridal makeup ruined by tears. Did you know? Did everyone know this was all a setup? Elise's professional mask slipped slightly, genuine sympathy breaking through. No, Beverly, this was unexpected, to say the least. She hesitated, then added gently, "Where would you like to go? Do you have someone I can call?" The question landed like a physical blow. Where could she go? Her key to Grayson's house had been deactivated. Her former apartment with Jaden had long since been rented to someone else. Her parents lived across the country, and besides, her relationship with them had been strained to breaking by her choices over the past year. As for someone to call, Beverly's mind flashed through her contacts. The friends she'd made in Grayson's circle would certainly distance themselves immediately. They had always been his connections, not hers. Her old friends, the ones who had known her before Grayson, before the gallery directorship, before the designer wardrobe and social media fame. She had alienated most of them during her transformation, cutting ties with anyone who questioned her choices or reminded her of her former life. "I don't know," Beverly admitted, the words catching in her throat. "I don't have anywhere to go." Elise nodded, immediately shifting to practical solutions. "The hotel can arrange a room for tonight. It would give you time to process and make arrangements." A hotel room? With what money? Beverly's salary from the gallery had always been deposited directly into an account Grayson had set up for her, an account that was undoubtedly frozen now, along with the credit cards he'd mentioned. Her savings from before Grayson had been minimal, and she'd spent most of that during the immediate aftermath of leaving Jaden. But pride prevented her from explaining this to Elise. "Yes, a room would be good, thank you." The wedding planner nodded briskly, tapping on her tablet. "I'll arrange it immediately. In the meantime, would you like help changing out of the dress?" Beverly looked down at the Vera Wang creation, its intricate beading now seeming like chains rather than decoration. "Yes, please." The process of removing the gown was nearly as complicated as putting it on had been. As Elise carefully unfastened the dozens of tiny buttons along the back, Beverly stared at her reflection in the mirror, the disheveled hair, the streaked makeup, the hollow eyes of a woman whose carefully constructed fantasy had just collapsed spectacularly around her. "What happens now?" Beverly asked quietly, as Elise helped her step out of the voluminous skirt. "With all of this, the venue, the flowers, the catering. Mr. Coleman has taken care of everything," Elise replied carefully. "The reception is proceeding as a different kind of event." The implication was clear. The celebration was continuing without her, perhaps even becoming a toast to Grayson's narrow escape from a gold digger. The thought made Beverly physically ill. And the dress? The deposits? The vendors? Elise's expression remained neutral. All financial matters were handled directly by Mr. Coleman. The contracts were in his name. Of course they were. Beverly had been so focused on the prestige of becoming Mrs. Grayson Coleman that she'd happily allowed him to control every aspect of the wedding planning, including the financial arrangements. It had seemed generous at the time, a wealthy man shouldering the burden of creating a perfect day for his bride-to-be. Now she recognized it for what it truly was. Another aspect of her complete dependence on him, another way in which she had surrendered her autonomy in exchange for luxury and status. Once changed into the simple shift dress she'd worn to the hotel that morning, a lifetime ago it seemed, Beverly gathered her few personal belongings, while Elise arranged for the service elevator and a side exit to avoid the growing media presence outside the hotel. "Your room is ready," Elise informed her, handing over a key card. "Room 412, I've arranged for it to be billed to the wedding account." A small kindness in the midst of catastrophe, perhaps the only one Beverly would receive today. "Thank you," Beverly said, genuine gratitude in her voice, "for everything. This isn't how anyone expected this day to unfold." Elise's professional mask slipped further, revealing a moment of genuine sympathy. "For what it's worth, I've planned over 300 weddings, and I've never seen anything like this. Whatever happened between you and Mr. Coleman, no one deserves to be humiliated like that on what should be the happiest day of their life." The unexpected compassion nearly broke Beverly again, tears threatening to spill over, but she had cried enough for now. What lay ahead would require strength, not tears, strength to face the consequences of choices she was only beginning to fully comprehend. After Elise departed, promising to check in later, Beverly sat alone in the room that should have been her bridal suite, now just an expensive prison cell in which to contemplate the ruins of her life. Outside, she could hear distant sounds of the reception, or whatever it had become, continuing without her. Music, laughter, the clinking of glasses in toast. Her phone buzzed incessantly with notifications, text messages from bewildered bridesmaids, missed calls from curious acquaintances, social media alerts as news of the wedding disaster spread through San Diego's elite circles. Beverly ignored them all, too overwhelmed to face even the digital aftermath of her public humiliation. Instead, she opened her laptop, one of the few possessions truly her own, purchased before Grayson, and began the grim task of assessing her situation. As expected, attempts to access her bank account were met with an account suspended message. Her credit cards returned similar results when she checked their status online. Her email account connected to the gallery had already been deactivated. It was as if Beverly Coleman, the identity she had worked so hard to create, had been wiped from existence, leaving behind only Beverly Collins, divorced gallery assistant with minimal savings, no home, and a destroyed reputation in the city where she had built her entire adult life. As evening fell, Beverly's phone rang with a number she didn't recognize. Against her better judgment, she answered. "Hello? Is this Beverly Collins?" a male voice asked, professionally neutral. "Yes, who's calling?" "This is Michael Jensen from the San Diego Union Tribune. We're preparing a story about today's events at the Hotel del Coronado, and would like to get your comment on—" Beverly ended the call immediately, her hand shaking. Of course the press would be all over this. A society wedding turned public humiliation, orchestrated by one of San Diego's most prominent businessmen. It was exactly the kind of sensational story that would dominate local media for days, perhaps even attract national attention given Grayson's profile and connections. Moments later, her phone chimed with a text from the same number. "Ms. Collins, we're going to run this story with or without your input. This is your opportunity to share your side." Beverly stared at the message, tempted for a moment to unleash her anger, to defend herself, to paint Grayson as the villain who had deliberately set out to destroy her. But what good would it do? In a contest of public opinion between Grayson Coleman, respected tech entrepreneur and philanthropist, and Beverly Collins, the woman who had abandoned her husband for a wealthier model, only to be exposed and rejected at the altar, there was no question who would emerge victorious. Better to say nothing, to retreat, to lick her wounds in private until she could figure out what came next. As night fell completely, Beverly made a decision. She couldn't stay in San Diego, not with the media frenzy that would surely follow today's events, not with her complete financial dependence on Grayson now severed, not with her professional reputation in the art world likely tarnished beyond repair by association. She needed to leave, to start over somewhere new, somewhere she could rebuild on her own terms rather than through attachment to a man. But first, there was one place she needed to go, one last attempt to salvage something from the wreckage of her choices. The Uber driver who picked her up from the hotel clearly recognized her. His double take in the rearview mirror confirmed it, but mercifully, he said nothing beyond confirming the destination. Grayson Coleman's La Jolla estate. Beverly knew it was futile. Grayson had said her access had been revoked, and he was nothing if not thorough. But she had to try. Most of her possessions were still there. Clothes, jewelry, personal items accumulated over the past year. More importantly, her portfolio from the gallery was there, containing connections and references she would need if she had any hope of rebuilding a career in the art world. As the car wound up the familiar driveway to the modernist mansion, Beverly steeled herself for what was to come. The security guard at the gate confirmed her expectations immediately. "I'm sorry, Ms. Collins, but you've been removed from the approved visitor list. I can't allow you onto the property." "Please," Beverly said, leaning forward from the back seat. "I just need to collect my personal belongings, my clothes, my work materials." The guard's expression was sympathetic, but firm. "I have explicit instructions, ma'am. No access under any circumstances. Mr. Coleman said your things would be packed and sent to whatever address you provide." Of course, even in this, Grayson maintained complete control, determining when and how she would receive her own possessions, ensuring she understood the power dynamic had been irrevocably shifted. "Fine," Beverly said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "Please tell Mr. Coleman, he can send my things to the Hotel del Coronado, room 412. I'm staying there temporarily. The guard nodded, making a note. I'll pass that along, Ms. Collins. As the Uber turned around, heading back down the winding driveway, Beverly caught a final glimpse of the house that had been her home for the past year. The soaring windows illuminated from within, the perfect landscaping, the sleek lines of the architecture against the night sky. It had never truly been her home, she realized now. She had been a guest, a temporary resident allowed to stay only as long as she fulfilled her role in Grayson's elaborate game. Back at the hotel, Beverly opened her laptop again, this time searching for flights anywhere, it hardly mattered where. She had enough on her emergency credit card, thankfully in her name only, predating Grayson, for a one-way ticket and perhaps a few nights in a budget hotel while she figured out next steps. As she scrolled through destination options, her phone buzzed with a text message. Expecting another reporter, or perhaps one of the bridesmaids, Beverly almost didn't check it. When she finally glanced at the screen, her heart stopped. It was from Jaden. I heard what happened. Are you okay? The simple message, so characteristic of the man she had abandoned, concerned about her welfare even after everything she had done, broke through Beverly's carefully maintained composure. The tears she had been holding back for hours finally flowed freely, sobs racking her body as the full weight of her choices crashed down upon her. What had she done? She had traded a man who truly loved her, who had stood by her through 7 years of building a life together, for the illusion of status and wealth. She had pursued material gain at the cost of genuine connection, superficial admiration at the expense of authentic love. And now she had nothing. No husband, no fiancé, no home, no career, no friends, no future she could clearly envision. When the storm of emotion finally subsided, Beverly stared at Jaden's message, unsure how to respond. What could she possibly say to the man whose love she had discarded so carelessly? What words could adequately express the regret and shame that now consumed her? In the end, she settled for simple honesty. No, I'm not okay, but I will be. I'm sorry for everything, Jaden. You deserved better. She didn't expect a response and none came. It was fitting, really. One more severed connection in a day defined by loss and revelation. Tomorrow, Beverly would board a plane to somewhere far from San Diego, far from the ruins of her carefully constructed facade. She would start over with nothing but the harsh lessons learned through public humiliation and private regret. As she finally drifted toward exhausted sleep, one thought followed her into unconsciousness. The price of ambition, when divorced from integrity and authentic connection, was far higher than she could ever have imagined, and she would be paying that price for a very long time to come. Beverly woke to the insistent knocking on her hotel room door. For a moment, disoriented by sleep, she expected to find herself in Grayson's master suite in La Jolla, the ocean visible through floor-to-ceiling windows, another day of privilege and luxury stretching before her. Reality crashed back as her eyes adjusted to the generic hotel decor of room 412, the events of the previous day crystallizing with brutal clarity. The knocking continued. "Housekeeping," called a voice from the hallway. Beverly glanced at the bedside clock. 11:30 a.m. Checkout time was noon. "Just a minute," she called, her voice hoarse from yesterday's tears. As she stumbled to the door, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. One notification among dozens she'd ignored since yesterday's catastrophe. This one, however, caught her eye, an alert from her banking app about unusual activity. With a sinking feeling, Beverly checked the message. Her personal checking account, the one she'd had before Grayson, containing what little remained of her pre-Coleman life savings, showed a pending deposit of $10,000. The sender, Grayson Coleman. The memo line, severance. Beverly stared at the notification, emotions warring within her. $10,000 would provide temporary shelter, basic necessities, perhaps even a one-way ticket far from San Diego and the humiliation that awaited her here. Yet the sum, life-changing in her current desperate circumstances, represented pocket change to a man of Grayson's wealth. It was simultaneously a lifeline and a final insult, a parting gesture that emphasized the vast disparity between them and reduced their entire relationship to a business transaction. The knock came again, more insistent. "Housekeeping. Checkout is at noon." "I know," Beverly called back. "I'll be out soon." Gathering her meager possessions, the shift dress she'd worn yesterday, her laptop, phone, wallet, and the few toiletries she'd had in her purse, Beverly prepared to face a world that had watched her spectacular fall from grace. She'd slept in the simple cotton t-shirt and shorts she'd worn under her wedding dress, having no other clothes with her. The shift dress would have to do for now, wrinkled as it was. Before leaving, Beverly checked her phone properly for the first time since yesterday afternoon. The volume of notifications was overwhelming. 47 missed calls, 128 text messages, hundreds of social media alerts. Most of the text messages were from people she barely knew, acquaintances from Grayson's circle, members of San Diego's arts community, even former gallery clients, all seeking confirmation of the salacious rumors already spreading through the city's elite circles. OMG, is it true? Did Grayson really leave you at the altar? Heard what happened, that's rough, call if you need to talk. The news is saying Grayson exposed your affair at the wedding. Is that real? Beverly scrolled through them with growing nausea, finally switching to news notifications. Her stomach dropped as headlines appeared. Tech mogul leaves bride at altar. Claims revenge for infidelity. Society wedding turns to public shaming as Coleman reveals fiancé's past. Jilted groom or calculated revenge. The wedding that wasn't the San Diego Union Tribune article was accompanied by a photo of Beverly fleeing down the aisle, her elaborate train gathered awkwardly in her hands, tears streaking her carefully applied makeup. Someone, one of the wedding photographers perhaps, or a guest with quick reflexes, had captured the exact moment her world imploded. Beverly closed the browser quickly, unable to read the details of her public humiliation packaged as entertainment. She would need to face the full extent of the damage eventually, but not now, not while still reeling from the initial blow. At the front desk, the hotel clerk recognized her immediately, eyes widening slightly before professionalism reasserted itself. Checking out of room 412, Miss Collins. Beverly nodded, sliding over the keycard. Yes? And, could you tell me if any packages have arrived for me? I'm expecting my belongings to be delivered. The clerk checked the computer. Nothing yet. Would you like us to hold anything that arrives after your departure? Yes, please. Beverly provided her cell number, aware of the awkwardness of having no permanent address to offer. I'll arrange to pick them up once they're here. Of course. The clerk hesitated, professional courtesy warring with human curiosity. Will you be needing another room for tonight? The question hung between them, loaded with unspoken implications. Did Beverly Collins, yesterday's almost bride to one of San Diego's wealthiest men, now need emergency accommodation? Had her fall been so complete, so immediate? No, thank you, Beverly replied, summoning what dignity she could. I have other arrangements. It was a lie, of course. She had nowhere to go, no arrangements of any kind beyond the vague plan to get as far from San Diego as possible. But pride, the one thing Grayson hadn't managed to strip from her completely, prevented her from admitting the depth of her predicament to this stranger. Outside, Beverly paused under the hotel's iconic red turrets, momentarily overwhelmed by the prospect of stepping into a world where her humiliation was now public knowledge. The Hotel del Coronado's entrance was mercifully free of obvious reporters or photographers, though several guests gave her curious glances, clearly recognizing the woman from yesterday's sensational non-wedding. Taking a deep breath, Beverly ordered an Uber to take her to a coffee shop in downtown San Diego, neutral territory where she could regroup and plan her next steps. As she waited, she checked her bank account again. The $10,000 deposit from Grayson had cleared. One night ago, that sum would have seemed inconsequential, the cost of a designer handbag or a weekend trip. Now it represented her entire financial security, a thin buffer between her and complete destitution. The Uber driver, to Beverly's relief, showed no sign of recognizing her. During the ride across the Coronado Bridge back to the mainland, she stared out at San Diego Bay, the city skyline representing a life and identity that no longer existed. Just 24 hours earlier, she had been preparing to become Mrs. Grayson Coleman, anticipating a life of wealth, prestige, and social power. Now she was effectively homeless, her professional reputation in tatters, her social standing obliterated. At the coffee shop, Beverly claimed a corner table, ordered the cheapest item on the menu to justify occupying the space, and opened her laptop. First priority, shelter. The $10,000 would disappear quickly in San Diego's expensive housing market, especially with no income to replace it. After searching short-term rental options and finding nothing affordable near the city center, Beverly reluctantly expanded her search to budget motels in outlying areas. The Extended Stay America in Mission Valley offered weekly rates that wouldn't immediately drain her limited funds. It wasn't glamorous, certainly nothing like the luxury condos and five-star hotels she'd grown accustomed to during her time with Grayson, but it would provide a temporary base while she figured out next steps. Reservation made, Beverly turned to her second priority, retrieving her belongings. She called the security desk at Grayson's estate, speaking to a different guard than yesterday. "This is Beverly Collins. I understand my things are being packed up. Do you know when they'll be delivered to the Hotel del Coronado?" There was a pause, the sound of typing. "Yes, Ms. Collins, I have a note here that your personal effects were sent out this morning. They should arrive at the hotel by late afternoon." "Thank you," Beverly said, relieved that at least she would have clothes and basic necessities soon. "Could you tell me who's handling the packing? I have some professional materials I need for work. Portfolio documents, contacts, and want to make sure they're included." Another pause. "It appears Mr. Coleman hired a professional service. I don't have details on what specifically is being packed, only that the items are being sent to the hotel as requested." Of course, Beverly shouldn't have expected anything else. Grayson would maintain control until the very end, determining what she was allowed to keep from their shared life, what constituted personal effects versus his property. She could only hope that her work materials, the contacts and references that might allow her to rebuild some semblance of a career, would be included. "I understand, thank you." Beverly ended the call, trying to ignore the sinking feeling that Grayson's vindictiveness might extend to withholding the very tools she needed to recover professionally. Her next calls were harder, reaching out to the few people who might offer temporary support. She started with Zoe, their complicated history notwithstanding. The call went straight to voicemail. "Zoe, it's Beverly. I know we haven't spoken properly in a long time, and I understand if you don't want to talk to me. But I'm in a difficult situation right now, and I could really use a friend, even just for coffee. Please call me back." The message felt inadequate, failing to convey the desperation Beverly carefully kept from her voice. But pride still prevented her from begging outright, from admitting the full extent of her fall. Next, she tried Madison, one of the bridesmaids who had seemed the most genuinely friendly during wedding preparations. Again, voicemail. "Madison, it's Beverly. I'm sorry for everything that happened yesterday. I know it put you and the other bridesmaids in an awkward position. I just wanted to check in and, well, see if you might be free to talk sometime. I value our friendship and hope this doesn't change things between us." The words rang hollow even as Beverly spoke them. She and Madison had never had a true friendship. Their relationship had been built entirely on Beverly's connection to Grayson, on shared social events rather than genuine connection. Without Grayson, without the prestigious wedding and the social elevation it represented, why would Madison maintain any relationship with the woman now featuring in San Diego's most salacious gossip? Beverly worked through her contact list, calling the few people who might conceivably offer support. Each call followed the same pattern. Voicemail, a carefully constructed message that balanced dignity with subtle request for connection, followed by silence. No immediate callbacks, no text messages of support. The message was clear. Beverly Collins, divorced from Grayson Coleman's wealth and status, abandoned at the altar and humiliated publicly, was now a social liability. The same people who had eagerly accepted her invitations, complimented her taste, and sought her favor when she was Grayson's fiancée, now wanted nothing to do with her. As morning turned to afternoon, Beverly relocated to the public library, where she could continue her planning without having to purchase another coffee every hour. The quiet, anonymous space provided a temporary haven as she methodically worked through the practical aspects of her new reality. She updated her resume, emphasizing her role as gallery director, while carefully phrasing her departure in neutral terms, completed contractual term at Coleman Gallery rather than publicly humiliated and fired by founder. She searched job boards for positions in arts administration, gallery management or museum work, finding few openings that matched her qualifications, fewer still that didn't require references she no longer had access to. By late afternoon, Beverly had sent out 5 job applications, reached out to 10 former contacts from her pre-Grayson professional life, and researched cities where the cost of living might make her $10,000 last longer while she rebuilt. None of it felt substantial enough, concrete enough to counter the catastrophic collapse of the life she'd been building. A text from the Hotel del Coronado interrupted her planning. "Ms. Collins, packages have arrived for you at the front desk." At last, some semblance of good news. Beverly gathered her things, ordered another Uber, and headed back to Coronado to retrieve her belongings. At the hotel, the front desk clerk directed her to the bell desk, where 3 large suitcases and 2 cardboard boxes awaited. "These were delivered about an hour ago," the bell captain explained. "Would you like assistance taking them to your car?" "I don't have a car," Beverly admitted. "I'll need to call another Uber. Could I check the contents first, to make sure everything is here?" The bell captain nodded, directing her to a discreet corner of the lobby where she could inventory the packages without being completely exposed to curious onlookers. Beverly opened the suitcases first, finding her clothes neatly folded inside. The designer pieces Grayson had purchased, the everyday items she'd bought herself, the few articles she'd brought from her life with Jaden. Relief washed over her at having basic necessities returned. The boxes proved more disappointing. One contained shoes and accessories, again neatly organized. The other held personal toiletries, books, and small decorative items that had been hers alone rather than part of Grayson's household. What was missing spoke volumes. The jewelry Grayson had given her over their time together, including the diamond bracelet that had been his first significant gift, the luxury handbags he'd presented on birthdays and holidays, the art books specific to the gallery's focus, and most crucially, her professional portfolio and client contact information. A handwritten note sat atop the second box, the elegant stationery embossed with Grayson's initials. "Beverly, these are the personal items you brought into our relationship or purchased with your own funds. Items gifted to you during our relationship remain my property, as they were given under false pretenses. The gallery materials belong to Coleman Enterprises and are not yours to keep. Consider our business concluded." The clinical finality of the note hit Beverly like a physical blow. Not only had Grayson orchestrated her public humiliation, not only had he cut off her financial resources and professional position, but he had now deliberately withheld the very tools she needed to rebuild: her professional contacts, her portfolio of work at the gallery, the reference materials that documented her accomplishments during her time as director. It was calculated cruelty, designed to maximize her struggling while maintaining plausible deniability. After all, he could argue that technically, the gallery materials did belong to his company. The jewelry had indeed been gifts from him. He had done nothing legally wrong while ensuring Beverly would face the steepest possible climb back to professional relevance. Fighting back tears, Beverly arranged for an Uber large enough to transport her belongings to the extended stay America in Mission Valley. The ride was silent, the driver mercifully uninterested in conversation, as Beverly stared out the window at the passing landscape, each familiar San Diego landmark now a reminder of a life she had lost. The motel was exactly what she expected, clean but basic, with worn carpet and dated furnishings, located between a highway and a shopping center. The weekly rate consumed nearly a tenth of her remaining funds, a stark reminder of how quickly financial security could evaporate without steady income. As the front desk clerk processed her check-in, Beverly noticed a small television in the lobby, tuned to a local news channel. Her breath caught as her own face appeared on screen, a professional photo from the gallery website, juxtaposed with a paparazzi-style shot of her fleeing the wedding ceremony. Coleman's dramatic revelation at what was supposed to be San Diego's wedding of the year has social media buzzing, the reporter was saying. Sources close to the tech mogul claim he orchestrated the public rejection after discovering his fiancée had left her previous husband to pursue Coleman's wealth and status. The jilted bride, Beverly Collins, has not responded to requests for comment. The desk clerk looked up, recognition dawning, as he glanced from the television to Beverly and back. "Oh, are you?" "Yes," Beverly said simply, too exhausted to deny the obvious. "Could we please complete the check-in?" To his credit, the clerk nodded professionally, finishing the paperwork without further comment. As Beverly wheeled her suitcases to the ground floor room that would be her home for at least the next week, she felt the weight of curious stares from other guests in the lobby, their whispers following her down the hallway. Inside the sparse room with its queen bed, laminate desk and kitchenette, Beverly finally allowed herself to fully absorb the magnitude of her fall. Less than 48 hours ago, she had been in the bridal suite of the Hotel del Coronado, surrounded by luxury, anticipating her ascension to San Diego's social elite as Mrs. Grayson Coleman. Now she was in a budget motel room in Mission Valley. Her possessions reduced to 3 suitcases, her social circle evaporated, her professional future uncertain at best. Beverly sank onto the edge of the bed, the events of the past year playing through her mind like a film reel of increasing poor choices and misplaced priorities. She had traded authentic connection for material gain, substance for appearance, love for status. And in doing so, she had lost everything, including the self-respect that might have sustained her through this crisis. Her phone buzzed with a text message, startling her from her bleak reflections. For a brief, hopeful moment, Beverly thought it might be one of the many friends she'd reached out to earlier, finally responding with an offer of support. Instead, it was a notification from TMZ. Tech mogul's revenge wedding. Groom exposees gold-digging bride's secret past attached was a video. Someone in the wedding audience had recorded Grayson's public humiliation of Beverly and sold the footage to the tabloid site. The 30-second clip captured the moment perfectly. Grayson's cold declaration, Beverly's shocked face, the audience's audible gasps, and finally, her desperate flight down the aisle as whispers erupted behind her. The video had already accumulated over 100,000 views, with comments ranging from gleeful schadenfreude to grudging sympathy. She got exactly what she deserved. Coleman playing 4D chess while she was playing checkers. Kind of brutal, even if she was a gold digger TBH. This is why you don't leave good men for money, ladies. Beverly closed the browser, her hands shaking. The humiliation was no longer confined to San Diego's elite circles. It had gone viral, expanding to national and potentially international audience. She had become a cautionary tale, a meme, a momentary object of public fascination and judgment. That night, alone in the unfamiliar motel room, Beverly finally allowed herself to fully break down, not the controlled tears of shock that had followed the ceremony, but deep, wrenching sobs that acknowledged the complete dismantling of her life, identity, and future as she had envisioned it. She cried for her lost marriage to Jaden, a relationship that had been imperfect but founded on genuine love and shared values. She cried for her estrangement from family and true friends, connections sacrificed in pursuit of social elevation. She cried for her professional reputation, now irreparably linked to scandal rather than accomplishment. Most of all, she cried for her own complicity, her willingness to trade authenticity for appearance, substance for status. When the tears finally subsided, leaving Beverly exhausted but oddly clearer, she picked up her phone and composed one more message. Not to former friends who had abandoned her, not to Grayson who had orchestrated her downfall, but to the person she had wronged most directly, most personally. Jaden, I don't expect a response to this, and I understand if you've blocked my number. I just need to say that I'm sorry, truly deeply sorry for the way I ended our marriage, for the choices I made, for the pain I caused you. You deserved none of it. What happened at the wedding was humiliating, yes, but it was also deserved. Sometimes we don't recognize the value of what we have until it's gone. I hope you're happy, Jaden. I hope you find someone who appreciates your kindness, your steadfastness, your integrity in a way that I failed to do. Beverly sent the message without expectation, simply needing to acknowledge her accountability, to express the remorse that now consumed her. Then, emotionally drained, she fell into fitful sleep in the unfamiliar bed, alone with the consequences of her choices. Across town in his comfortable Little Italy apartment, Jaden Mitchell was also struggling to sleep. Luna, sensing his restlessness, had abandoned her usual spot at the foot of the bed to curl closer to him, her warm presence offering silent comfort. The video had found him despite his best efforts to avoid news of Beverly's wedding. A well-meaning colleague had sent it with the message, "Thought you should see this before you hear about it elsewhere." Pretty unbelievable. Jaden had watched it once, stomach clenching as he witnessed Beverly's public humiliation. Whatever she had done, however much she had hurt him, seeing her destroyed so calculatedly, so publicly, had brought no satisfaction. Only a complex mixture of emotions he was still processing hours later. His phone buzzed on the nightstand, Beverly's message arriving in the quiet darkness of his bedroom. Jaden read it twice, recognizing the genuine remorse behind the words, the hard-won self-awareness that seemed to inform them. He considered responding, but ultimately set the phone aside witut replying. What could he say that would be both honest and kind? That he was sorry for her pain, but not for the revelation of truth. That he had moved on but still cared enough to wince at her public disgrace. That he had found happiness with Nancy, but sometimes still wondered what might have been if Beverly had made different choices. Better to say nothing than to offer platitudes or reopening wounds that had finally begun to heal. Tomorrow he would have coffee with Nancy before work, take Luna for her morning run along the harbor, continue analyzing potential acquisition targets for Monroe and Associates' expansion plans. His life had found a new rhythm, one built on authentic connections, meaningful work, and simple pleasures rather than status-seeking or materialism. Beverly's message, her apparent regret, her current suffering, these were aspects of a past he had finally begun to truly leave behind. Compassion did not require re-engagement. Sympathy did not demand response. As Jaden drifted finally toward sleep, one thought followed him into unconsciousness. Sometimes the most valuable lessons were also the most painful to learn. He could only hope that Beverly would eventually find her way forward from this devastating moment, just as he had found his way forward from the devastation she had once inflicted on him. 1 week after the wedding disaster, Beverly sat at a small table in a coffee shop near her motel, searching job listings on her laptop. The viral attention had begun to subside slightly, though she still occasionally caught curious stares from people who recognized her from the news coverage or social media posts. Her financial situation was increasingly precarious. The $10,000 from Grayson was diminishing rapidly between motel costs, meals, and basic necessities. None of the job applications she'd submitted had generated interviews. Former professional contacts had mostly ignored her outreach, clearly wary of associating with someone now infamous for social climbing and public humiliation. Beverly's phone buzzed with a text from Zoe, the first response from any of her former friends. "Getting coffee at Consortium in an hour if you want to talk." Hope flared briefly in Beverly's chest. Zoe had been her closest friend before Grayson, before the divorce, before Beverly had chosen status over authentic connection. If anyone might offer genuine support now, it would be Zoe. An hour later, Beverly entered Consortium Coffee in North Park, scanning the room until she spotted Zoe at a corner table, absorbed in her phone. Taking a deep breath, Beverly approached, uncertain of her reception despite the invitation. "Zoe, thank you for reaching out." Zoe looked up, her expression carefully neutral as she gestured to the empty chair across from her. "Sit down, Bev." Beverly complied, acutely aware of how different she looked now compared to their last meeting at the Hotel del Coronado. No designer outfit, no professionally styled hair, none of the careful polish that had defined her appearance during her time with Grayson. Just Beverly in jeans and a simple blouse, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, her face bare of all but minimal makeup. "I wasn't sure you'd call me back," Beverly admitted after ordering a plain coffee, the cheapest item on the menu. "I wasn't sure I would either," Zoe replied honestly. "But that video, what Grayson did was brutal, Bev. Nobody deserves public humiliation like that, regardless of their mistakes." Beverly nodded, grateful for even this qualified sympathy. "It's been difficult. Everything happened so fast. 1 minute I was getting ready for my wedding. The next I was essentially homeless, jobless, and infamous all at once." "Where are you staying?" Zoe asked, genuine concern entering her voice for the first time. "Extended Stay America in Mission Valley. It's temporary until I figure out next steps." Beverly hesitated, then asked the question that had been haunting her. "Did you know? At the wedding, you were there, even though I hadn't invited you. Did you know what Grayson was planning?" Zoe shook her head firmly. "No, absolutely not. Grayson sent invitations to several people from Jaden's office about a week before the wedding. The card said something about celebrating how life comes full circle and witnessing an important moment of clarity. It was weird, but I never imagined that." Relief washed through Beverly. At least her public humiliation hadn't been anticipated, celebrated in advance by those who had once been her friends. "Why did you go?" she asked softly. Zoe considered the question. Curiosity mostly, and something about the invitation felt significant, like I should be there for some reason I didn't fully understand. She sighed. "If I'd had any idea what was actually going to happen, I wouldn't have gone, Bev. I didn't agree with your choices, but I never wanted to see you destroyed like that." Beverly nodded, accepting this as the best she could hope for under the circumstances. Has Jaden seen the video? Yes, Zoe confirmed. Someone from the office sent it to him. How is he? Zoe studied Beverly's face, seemingly assessing whether the question came from genuine concern or self-interest. He's good, Bev. Really good, actually. The promotion came with a significant raise. He's dating someone. Nancy, a colleague at the firm, they seem really happy together. The information settled heavily in Beverly's chest. She had no right to feel disappointed that Jaden had moved on, found happiness with someone else. Wasn't that what she had done, with far less justification, far less grace? I'm glad, she said, meaning it despite the complicated emotions behind the words. He deserves happiness. Zoe's expression softened slightly. What about you, Bev? What happens now? It was the question Beverly had been asking herself continuously since the wedding disaster, with no clear answer emerging. I don't know. Find a job somehow. Start over. Somewhere. The gallery experience should help, but she gestured vaguely, encompassing the scandal, the viral humiliation, the damaged professional reputation. It won't be easy, Zoe acknowledged, neither sugarcoating the reality nor condemning Beverly to permanent ostracism. But you're smart, talented. The scandal will fade eventually. People will move on to the next dramatic story. Maybe, Beverly agreed, though privately she wondered if any accomplishment could ever outweigh the narrative now attached to her name. Gold digger, social climber, cautionary tale. I sent out a bunch of applications last week but haven't heard anything yet. Zoe hesitated, then offered, I might know of something. It's not glamorous. Administrative assistant at a community arts center in East County. The pay would be modest, but it's in the arts field, and the director owes me a favor. I could put in a word if you're interested. The offer, a genuine lifeline, however modest, brought unexpected tears to Beverly's eyes. I would be incredibly grateful, Zoe. Truly. Zoe nodded, a bit uncomfortable with Beverly's emotional response. I'll talk to her tomorrow. No promises, but it might be a start. They talked for another half hour, not as the close friends they had once been, but as people with shared history navigating a new, more distant relationship. When they parted, Zoe offered a brief hug, not the enthusiastic embrace of reinstated friendship, but a gesture of basic human compassion that meant more to Beverly in her current circumstances than any luxury Grayson had ever provided. Walking back to the motel, Beverly reflected on the conversation, on what it revealed about true connection versus the superficial relationships she had prioritized during her time with Grayson. Zoe had been genuinely hurt by Beverly's choices, had fundamentally disagreed with the values those choices represented, yet still offered help when Beverly needed it most. Meanwhile, the friends Beverly had cultivated in Grayson's social circle, the women who had accompanied her to fittings and tastings, who had toasted her engagement and exclaimed over her ring, had disappeared instantly when she no longer served their social purposes. Back in her motel room, Beverly found a large manila envelope that had been slipped under her door during her absence. Her name was typed on a label with no return address or identifying information. Inside, she found several documents, printouts of email exchanges between Grayson and Alexander dating back over a year, financial records from Coleman Tech Ventures showing payments to Monroe and Associates, and most disturbingly, surveillance photos of Beverly from before she'd ever met Grayson, entering her former apartment building, shopping at a local market, meeting Zoe at a restaurant. A typed note accompanied the materials. Thought you should understand the full scope of what happened to you. This wasn't chance. It was calculated from the beginning. A friend. Beverly spread the documents across the small motel desk, her hands shaking as she began to read. The emails revealed a narrative far more calculated, far more vindictive than even Grayson's wedding day revelation had suggested. From G. Coleman at colementech.com to A. W. Wright, I. Coleman Tech. Date, March 15th, 2023. Subject, Mitchell situation. Alex, just finished the quarterly review call with Monroe. That accountant Mitchell is still handling our portfolio, the one whose analysis caught that tax issue last year. During the video call, I noticed a photo on his desk. Attractive woman, probably his wife. Looked familiar somehow. Did some digging. Her name is Beverly Mitchell, née Collins, works as assistant director at Luminous Gallery downtown. Here's where it gets interesting. She's the same woman I saw at Donovan's last month with the Bradshaw Group, acting very friendly with James Bradshaw, despite clearly wearing a wedding ring. I think we may have found our perfect test case for the social experiment we discussed. A woman clearly susceptible to status signaling, married to a man who directly contributed to our company's success, creating a perfect closed loop of consequence. Let me know your thoughts. G from awrighticolementech.com to gcoleman@colementech.com. Date, March 15th, 2023. Subject, Mitchell situation. Grayson, are you sure about this? The social experiment was theoretical, a conversation over scotch, not an actual plan. Manipulating real people's lives crosses ethical lines we've always been careful to respect in business. Besides, what's the end game here? What does proving this woman's susceptibility to wealth and status actually accomplish? Alex from G. Coleman at Coleman Tech. Come to awrighticolementech.com. Date, March 15th, 2023. Subject, Mitchell's situation. The end game is justice, Alex. Mitchell saved us millions with that tax strategy. He's exactly the kind of honest, hard-working professional this economy is built on. Meanwhile, his wife is clearly looking to trade up while enjoying the security he provides. I'm having Peterson do preliminary surveillance to confirm my suspicions. If I'm right, this becomes more than an experiment. It becomes a lesson in consequences for those who think they can take without giving, who prioritize appearance over substance. Trust me on this. I'll keep you updated. G. More emails followed, documenting Grayson's increasing obsession with Beverly, his detailed plans to accidentally meet her, to test her loyalty to Jaden, to offer the temptation of wealth and status while observing her response. What had appeared to Beverly as chance encounters, natural attraction and genuine connection had been choreographed from the beginning. A deliberate campaign to see if she would betray Jaden for material gain. The surveillance photos were particularly disturbing, evidence that Grayson had been watching her, studying her, planning his approach long before they ever spoke. The financial record showed that Coleman Tech Ventures had been one of Monroe & Associates' largest clients for years, with Jaden directly handling significant aspects of their tax strategy. Everything, from their first meeting at Altitude Sky Lounge to the art discussions that had seemed to reveal genuine shared interests, from the gallery position that had validated her professional ambitions to the relationship that had promised security and status, had been calculated, falsified, designed as an elaborate trap. Beverly sat back, physically ill from the revelations. She had believed herself to be making choices, exercising agency, pursuing a better life. In reality, she had been manipulated at every turn. Her worst instincts deliberately triggered and exploited, her vulnerabilities identified and targeted with surgical precision. And yet she had still made those choices. Grayson hadn't forced her to cheat on Jaden, to abandon their marriage, to cut ties with friends who questioned her decisions. He had simply presented opportunities and observed her responses that revealed character flaws she had failed to acknowledge or address. The painful truth emerged from these documents. Grayson's methods had been unconscionable, but his assessment of her character had not been entirely wrong. She had been willing to trade authentic connection for material gain, to abandon commitment for status, to reinvent herself not through genuine growth, but through external acquisition. As night fell over the motel, Beverly sat with this devastating self-knowledge, facing for perhaps the first time the woman she had truly been, not the gallery director in designer clothes presenting a curated image to an admiring audience, but the person beneath those carefully constructed layers, the one who had made choices that revealed fundamental values she could no longer avoid confronting. The next morning, Zoe called with unexpected news. The Community Arts Center was willing to interview Beverly for the administrative assistant position. "It's tomorrow at 10 a.m., Zoe explained. "Like I said, it's not glamorous, and the pay is probably half what you made at the gallery, but it's a foot in the door." "I'll be there," Beverly promised, genuine gratitude in her voice. "Thank you, Zoe. Truly." After the call, Beverly sorted through her remaining clothes, searching for something appropriate for a job interview at a community arts center. Nothing from her Grayson era seemed right. The designer pieces too ostentatious, too clearly signaling wealth and status, rather than practical competence. Instead, she selected a simple black skirt and white blouse she'd owned since before Grayson, modest professional clothes that represented the person she had been before wealth and status became her primary metrics of value. As she prepared for the interview, Beverly found herself reflecting on the documents that mysterious friend had provided. Likely Alexander Wright, she guessed, given his apparent discomfort with Grayson's scheme as revealed in the emails. The information hadn't changed her circumstances, but it had shifted her understanding of how she had arrived at this point of devastation. Grayson's deliberate manipulation didn't absolve her of responsibility for her choices. If anything, it highlighted how readily she had abandoned her values when tempted with material gain, how vulnerable her character had been to external validation through wealth and status. The painful truth was that Grayson hadn't created her flaws, he had merely exploited them with calculated precision. The interview at the East County Community Arts Center went better than Beverly had dared hope. The director, Maria Gonzalez, was a no-nonsense woman in her 50s, who addressed the elephant in the room immediately. "Zoe vouches for your abilities, and that carries weight with me," Maria said, after preliminary introductions. "But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't seen the news. What happened at your wedding has gone viral." Beverly nodded, accepting this reality. "I understand your concerns. I made choices I deeply regret, and I paid a very public price for them. All I can say is that I've learned painful but necessary lessons about what truly matters, about the kind of person I want to be moving forward." Maria studied her thoughtfully. "This position involves working with community members from all backgrounds, many without privilege or resources. It requires humility, authenticity, and genuine commitment to making art accessible to everyone, not just the wealthy or socially connected. Those are values I'm rediscovering," Beverly admitted. "Values I lost sight of during my relationship with Grayson. I can't change the past, but I can try to build something better, something more authentic going forward." Something in her sincere response seemed to resonate with Maria. The remainder of the interview focused on practical matters: Beverly's administrative experience, her knowledge of arts programming, her ability to work within the tight budget constraints of a community non-profit. 2 days later, Maria called with a job offer: administrative assistant at the East County Community Arts Center, starting immediately at a salary that would cover basic living expenses, but little more. Beverly accepted without hesitation, overwhelmed with gratitude for this small opportunity to rebuild. Her first day coincided with the arrival of her belongings from the Hotel del Coronado, finally allowing Beverly to move from the extended stay America to a small studio apartment in a modest complex near the Arts Center. The space was tiny, perhaps a quarter the size of Grayson's walk-in closet, but it was hers, a first step toward independence and rebuilding. As Beverly arranged her meager possessions in the studio, unpacking clothes that now seemed excessive, despite representing only a fraction of her former wardrobe, she came across a photograph she'd assumed lost in the chaos of the past weeks. Herself and Jaden on their wedding day 7 years earlier, standing on Sunset Cliffs, wind-blown and laughing, their happiness unforced and genuine. Beverly sat on the edge of her futon bed, studying the image. How young they had been, how full of authentic joy and shared purpose. The Beverly in that photograph hadn't cared about designer labels or social status. She had cared about building a life with the man she loved, about pursuing her passion for art, about creating connections based on shared values, rather than material advantage. When had that changed? When had external validation become more important than internal authenticity? When had appearances begun to matter more than substance? The questions had no simple answers, but asking them represented a beginning, an acknowledgement of how far she had strayed from the person she had once been, the values she had once held dear. Beverly placed the photograph on her small bedside table, not as a painful reminder of what she had lost, but as a reference point for the person she hoped to rediscover beneath the layers of artifice and ambition that had accumulated during her time with Grayson. 3 weeks after beginning work at the Community Arts Center, Beverly received an unexpected email from Mr. Donovan, the managing partner at Monroe and Associates. Ms. Collins, I hope this message finds you well despite recent difficult circumstances. I was present at what was to be your wedding to Grayson Coleman, though not by choice. Mr. Coleman specifically requested my attendance through channels difficult to refuse, given our business relationship. What I witnessed there troubled me deeply, both professionally and personally. While I cannot condone choices that hurt Jaden Mitchell, a valued member of our firm, I also cannot approve of Mr. Coleman's calculated and public humiliation of you, which appears to have been planned over an extended period. I am writing to inform you that Monroe and Associates has terminated its business relationship with Coleman Tech Ventures, effective immediately. We value integrity in our business dealings, and Mr. Coleman's actions demonstrated a disturbing lack of ethical boundaries. I have also directed our HR department to provide a neutral reference should any potential employers contact us regarding your time at the Coleman Gallery, focusing solely on verified professional accomplishments rather than personal circumstances. This is not done out of particular sympathy for your situation, but from a commitment to appropriate professional conduct that Mr. Coleman notably failed to demonstrate. Respectfully, William Donovan, Managing Partner, Monroe and Associates. The email left Beverly with complex emotions: gratitude for the professional courtesy extended despite her history with Jaden, validation that others recognize the inappropriate nature of Grayson's revenge scheme, and a reminder of the professional community that had been collateral damage in her personal choices. That evening, after her shift at the Arts Center, Beverly finally gathered the courage to respond to Jaden's text from the night of the wedding disaster. Jaden, I know it's been weeks since you reached out, and I understand completely if you've moved on from any concern about my situation. I just wanted to let you know that I'm okay. Not great, but okay. I'm working at the East County Community Arts Center and have a small studio apartment nearby. I also wanted to say that I've discovered the full extent of what Grayson did, how calculated his approach was from the beginning. That doesn't excuse my choices. I still made decisions I deeply regret, decisions that hurt you terribly, but I thought you should know that your work for his company was the initial connection that led him to target me specifically. I hope you're doing well. Zoe mentioned you're seeing someone named Nancy. I'm genuinely happy for you, Jaden. You deserve someone who recognizes your worth, who values the qualities I failed to appreciate until it was too late. Take care of yourself, Beverly. She sent the message without expectation of response, simply closing one more loop in the complicated aftermath of her choices. To her surprise, Jaden replied the next morning, Beverly, thank you for letting me know you're okay. The Arts Center seems like a good fit. I remember how passionate you were about community art education in the early days. I'm aware of Grayson's connection to the firm and his apparent plan. Mr. Donovan shared some concerning emails after terminating the business relationship. What Grayson did crossed ethical and possibly legal lines, regardless of the circumstances. Nancy and I are doing well. She's kind, grounded, and shares many of my interests. Luna adores her, which seems like a good character reference. I appreciate your acknowledgement of how your choices affected me. That means something. I hope you find your way forward from here, not back to who you were with me or who you tried to be with Grayson, but toward whoever you truly want to be now. Take care, Jaden. The exchange brought a sense of closure, if not complete healing. There would be no romantic reconciliation, no dramatic reunion. Jaden had moved on, built a new life with someone who appreciated him for exactly who he was. But the simple human acknowledgement, the basic respect and concern despite their painful history, reinforced Beverly's emerging understanding of what truly mattered in human connection. 6 months after the wedding that wasn't, Beverly sat on a bench in Balboa Park, enjoying a rare day off from the Community Arts Center. In the half-year since Grayson's public humiliation had destroyed her carefully constructed facade of a life, she had slowly, painfully begun rebuilding on more authentic foundations. The administrative assistant position had evolved to include coordinating community outreach programs, bringing art education to underserved schools throughout East County. The work was demanding, often frustrating, and paid barely enough to cover her modest living expenses, but it brought a satisfaction Beverly had never experienced at the prestigious Coleman Gallery. The genuine joy of witnessing children and adults discovering creative expression, connecting with art not as a status symbol, but as a means of communication and self-discovery. Her social media accounts, once carefully curated showcases of luxury and status, now documented these small victories. Student artwork, community exhibitions, the occasional sunset from her tiny apartment balcony. The follower count had dropped dramatically, but the engagement felt more meaningful, more authentic. Financially, Beverly remained on precarious ground, with minimal savings and no safety net beyond her own resourcefulness. Professionally, she had accepted that her path would be longer and more challenging than the artificially accelerated trajectory Grayson had provided. Socially, she had begun forming tentative new connections based on shared interests and values rather than status or material advantage. Most significantly, Beverly had started the difficult work of examining her own character, confronting the flaws that had made her susceptible to Grayson's manipulation, while also recognizing the genuine passions and values that had been buried beneath layers of social ambition and materialistic striving. As she watched families stroll through the park, tourists admire the Spanish colonial architecture, and locals enjoy the perfect San Diego weather. Beverly reflected on the painful journey of the past year. She had lost everything she thought she wanted: luxury, status, social prominence, material security, and found herself in circumstances more modest than where she had started with Jaden. Yet somehow, sitting alone on this park bench in last season's clothes, with no designer handbag or diamond jewelry to signal her worth to passing strangers, Beverly felt more authentically herself than she had in years. The identity she was slowly reconstructing wasn't based on external validation or material acquisition, but on reconnection with core values she had once held dear: appreciation for beauty in its many forms, commitment to making art accessible to all, recognition that genuine connection mattered more than social advancement. The price of her ambition had been devastatingly high: a loving marriage destroyed, friendships shattered, professional opportunities squandered, public humiliation on an almost unimaginable scale. She had paid that price in full and continued to make installments daily through the modest circumstances of her new life. But sitting in the golden afternoon light of Balboa Park, Beverly recognized that the lessons purchased at such cost were finally beginning to yield value. She understood now what she had failed to grasp throughout her relationship with Grayson: that genuine worth came not from what you possessed or who accepted you socially, but from the integrity with which you lived, the authenticity of your connections, the alignment between your values and your choices. Beverly had no illusions about the challenges still ahead. Her name remained associated with scandal in San Diego's arts community. Her financial situation would likely remain precarious for years. The viral video of her wedding day humiliation would never completely disappear from the internet, potentially surfacing to haunt future relationships or professional opportunities. But for the first time since Grayson Coleman had abandoned her at the altar after months of calculated deception, Beverly felt something like hope, not for the return of material comforts or social status, but for the possibility of building a life of meaning and authentic connection from the ruins of her former ambitions. As the sun began to set over the park, casting long shadows across the carefully maintained gardens, Beverly gathered her things and began the walk back to her small studio apartment. Tomorrow brought another workday at the Community Arts Center, another opportunity to align her actions with emerging values, another small step in the long journey of rebuilding not just external circumstances, but the internal character that had faltered so dramatically when tested. The price of ambition had been devastating, but the lessons it purchased, about authenticity, about connection, about what truly constituted value in a human life, might yet prove worth the terrible cost, if she had the courage to truly learn them, to integrate them not just intellectually, but into the very fabric of her reconstructed identity. It wasn't a fairy tale ending. There would be no prince, no mansion, no happily ever after in material comfort and social acceptance. Instead, it was something both more difficult and more meaningful: the beginning of Beverly Collins's genuine journey toward understanding who she truly was and who she might yet become, beyond the distorting influences of wealth, status, and the approval of others. As she walked through the gathering dusk of a perfect San Diego evening, Beverly carried with her not the trappings of success as she had once defined it, but something far more valuable: the painful, precious beginning of wisdom purchased at the highest possible price. If this story touched your heart and you want to keep following inspiring and moving stories, be sure to check out our upcoming videos. Subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to stay updated on new content that can brighten your journey and provide valuable insights. Join us and keep exploring stories that truly matter. I'm sure the next video that pops up on your screen will touch you as well, so click on it now and we'll see you there.